1. Listen carefully. The strange sign you saw was not random, not meaningless, not an accident. It was a message written directly into your path by the hand of heaven. When God chooses, He does not waste signals. That moment was intentional. It was designed for you. Think about it. How many others walked the same road, passed the same place, saw the same thing, yet nothing pierced their spirit as it pierced yours? That is because this sign was not for them. It was for you. Your spiritual eyes opened where theirs stayed closed. That is the mark of the chosen. In the past, you faced delays, setbacks, even shut doors. You asked, "Why does this always happen to me?" But later, you realized those delays were protection. The same hand that closed those doors back then is now writing messages to awaken you, like a compass needle snapping to true north. Your heart jolted when you saw that sign. Something whispered inside, "Pay attention. This is for you." That inner stirring was not imagination. It was confirmation from the Spirit. At first, maybe you felt confused. Maybe you thought, "This is strange." But chosen ones are not permitted to walk in blindness. Heaven insists on shaking them awake. Even through unusual signs, understand this. The sign was never just about what you saw. It was about the deeper truth hidden inside it. You have been carrying questions, silent tears, nights when you asked, "God, do you still remember me?" And here was His answer. "Yes, I remember you. Yes, I still have a plan. No, you have not been forgotten." Picture it like this. A traveler lost in the desert wanders in circles, exhausted under the burning sun. Suddenly, he notices a single bird circling overhead, returning to the same spot. To anyone else, it is just a bird. But to him, it is hope. Water is near. Life is near. That bird becomes his sign of survival. That is what just happened to you. The ordinary became extraordinary because it carried heaven's whisper of life. Let me share a story. A young man named Elias prayed for breakthrough. But year after year, nothing changed. One bitter winter evening, walking home, he saw a small flower pushing through frozen ground. Bright against the snow, he stopped. Stunned, something inside him whispered, "Your new season is coming." Weeks later, doors opened that had been shut for years. That flower was no accident. It was His sign. God answered him before the breakthrough with a picture his spirit could not ignore. You too are standing in that moment now. What you saw was not decoration. It was declaration. Heaven's way of saying, your season is shifting. The silence is breaking. Get ready. And then the word of God speaks with piercing clarity. It is written in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 31, verse 3. I have loved you with an everlasting love. I have drawn you with unfailing kindness. Let that truth sink into your bones. His love is not temporary. It does not rise and fall with your mistakes. It is everlasting. That is the hidden message inside the sign you saw. I have not let you go. I am pulling you closer still. When you grasp this, peace begins to flood your soul. You no longer need to prove yourself. You no longer need to compare yourself. The sign itself is proof you are already marked by eternal love. Now, I invite you to act. Do not let this message pass like just another word. If you know in your heart this was for you, leave the number 444 inches, the comments. This is not just a number, it is a prophetic seal, a declaration that heaven's angels surround you and you agree to walk under God's guidance. Like this message, share it, and subscribe so others searching for their sign can find their confirmation too. You may never know, but your one simple action could become the lifeline for a soul crying out in silence. Chosen one. Remember this, the chosen never wander without direction. Signs are not meant to confuse you, they are meant to confirm you. And today, confirmation has arrived. But hear me, this is only the beginning. Signs are not conclusions, they are invitations. An invitation to lean closer, to listen deeper, to walk in alignment with what God has already written for you. A sign is like a doorbell ringing. You can ignore it, or you can open the door and discover who is waiting. Heaven is at your door, chosen one, and the knock is clear. The danger is not in missing the sign, it is in seeing it, but refusing to respond. That is when hearts grow heavy, and the voice of heaven grows faint. Do not let this moment pass you by. Think of it as a flame in the night. If you guard it, it will grow into a fire that warms your whole house. But if you dismiss it, the wind will blow it out, and you will be left in darkness again. That is why you must respond. The number 444 is not magic, it is agreement. Agreement that you see, that you hear, that you will not ignore heaven's nudge. Your act of response is like planting a seed. You do not see the fruit immediately, but beneath the soil, something begins to move, to sprout, to press upward toward the light. This is how chosen ones walk. They do not wait for the crowd to confirm them. They obey the whisper, the vision, the strange sign that others laughed at. And then, suddenly, doors swing open, breakthroughs arrive, and people say, "How did this happen for you?" They do not realize it started the day you chose to respond. So mark this day. Mark this moment. Heaven marked you first. And now you answer back. Your story is shifting already. And this is only section 1. Chosen one. You must understand this with clarity. What happened to you was not coincidence but intervention. The sign that appeared before your eyes was the fingerprint of God pressed into your journey. Where others saw nothing unusual, your spirit was stirred. That stirring was heaven confirming what flesh could not explain. Intervention always interrupts. It comes at a time you were not expecting, in a form you did not plan for. Think back, how many times has your path been interrupted, only for you to realize later that you had been saved from disaster. Perhaps you missed a bus, and later heard it had broken down. Perhaps a job opportunity closed, and months later you discovered it would have drained your soul dry. At first, you felt the sting of delay, but later you saw the shield of protection. That is intervention. The sign you saw is the same. It was God stepping in, saying, "I will not let you wander further into danger. I will not let you settle for less than I have promised." It may have felt strange, but it was heaven's way of blocking you from the wrong road and guiding you toward the right one. There is a story of a man named Samuel who was traveling to another city for work. Halfway there, his car broke down in the middle of nowhere. Frustrated, he called for help, certain that this was the enemy trying to hinder him. Hours later, while waiting, He learned that on the road ahead there had been a massive accident at the exact time he would have been driving through. That breakdown had not been an enemy attack. It was divine intervention. The delay saved his life. That is what the sign represents for you. You thought you were being delayed, but God was positioning you. Intervention does not always look like deliverance at first. Sometimes it looks like disruption, confusion, even disappointment. But beneath the surface, heaven is rearranging your steps. According to the wisdom recorded in Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9, in their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. When you saw that sign, your course shifted. Your plans met God's direction. And He reminded you that your path is not random, it is established. This truth is not meant to frighten you, but to anchor you. You may wonder, why would God need to interrupt me? Because left to your own strength, you would continue on roads that lead to exhaustion. You would try to force open doors that are not meant for you. God interrupts because He loves. He intervenes because He sees further down the road than you do. Think of a child running too close to traffic. The parent shouts suddenly, grabs the child's arm, even causing a moment of fear. The child cries, thinking the parent was too harsh. But the parent knows a car was coming. The interruption was not punishment, it was protection. So it is with you. The sign was heaven's shout, heaven's hand pulling you back, heaven's rescue cloaked in mystery. Intervention also carries invitation. God does not simply stop you, He redirects you. He says, not this way, but that way. The sign you saw is a pointer. It is not the end, it is the beginning of a new route. Where you thought the path was closed, another one is about to open. Where you thought you had missed your chance, heaven is preparing a better one. Let me share another picture. Imagine walking through a dense forest, trying to find your way. Suddenly you notice a broken branch bent across the trail, pointing in another direction. To the untrained eye, it is nothing, but to a traveler who is alert, it is a marker. That marker changes everything. It prevents them from going deeper into danger and points them towards safety. That is what God just did for you. There are seasons where signs come because words alone are not enough. You had been praying for guidance, asking for clarity, even begging for proof. And heaven responded, not just with a whisper in your spirit, but with a visible, undeniable signal. This was mercy. Mercy reaching down to stop you before you made a choice that would cost you more than you realized. The prophet Hosea once wrote of God's intervention with His people, saying that He would hedge up their way with thorns and build a wall against them, so that they cannot find their paths. At first glance, that sounds harsh, but in reality, it was God's protection, preventing them from running further into destruction. The thorns were love disguised as obstacles. The wall was mercy disguised as frustration. The same is true for you. The sign you saw may feel strange, but it is the thorn and the wall meant to keep you on the road to life. Chosen one. This is where you must discern the difference between attack and intervention. Not everything hard in your life is the enemy. Some interruptions are the hand of God. Some obstacles are actually shields. What you call delay, heaven calls direction. What you call disappointment, heaven calls deliverance. Remember the Israelites at the Red Sea. To them, the closed path of the water seemed like the end, but it was God's intervention. He was setting the stage for a miracle. Had they continued by any other route, they would have faced armies that would have crushed them. Instead, God intervened, brought them to the sea, and then split it wide open. The obstacle became the very proof of his power. This is what your sign represents. It may feel like a dead end, but it is the setup for a breakthrough. Heaven is redirecting your steps so that your story will carry the weight of testimony. You are not wandering aimlessly. You are being guided into a miracle. So, do not despise the interruption. Do not resent the delay. See it for what it truly is: God Himself stepping in, refusing to let you settle, refusing to let you miss the future He wrote for you. The sign was His reminder: you are not in control. I am. And because I am, you are safe. And hold this truth with reverence. You have just witnessed heaven's hand in motion. The sign was not coincidence. It was intervention. And intervention means destiny is still unfolding. Chosen one. There is a reason that sign pierced your heart so deeply. It was not only intervention, but revelation. It exposed something you have been wrestling with in silence. A secret struggle that no one around you can see. To others, you may look fine, even strong, but behind the smiles, behind the words, you have carried questions too heavy to voice. This is the weight of being chosen. Others can sleep peacefully while you lie awake at night, asking, why do I feel this way? Why do I sense a battle no one else seems to notice? That is because your spirit is more sensitive, more awake, more tuned to the frequencies of heaven. The sign you saw was heaven's way of saying, I know. I see the battles hidden inside you. Your secret wrestle is not ignored, it is known. God is not blind to the tears you cried alone. The moments where you wondered if your prayers hit the ceiling and fell back down. Let me tell you about a woman named Ruth, not the one from Scripture, but an ordinary believer. On the outside, she seemed composed. She went to work, took care of her family, and never complained. But in her room at night, she whispered desperate prayers. God, are you still with me? Then one day, while scrolling through a book at the library, her eyes landed on a single line, You are not forgotten. She froze, trembling. To anyone else, it was just a sentence. But to her, it was a sign. Her hidden wrestle had been seen. This is what God does. He shines light on battles you thought no one noticed. And the sign you encountered was His whisper, I know the war inside you, and I am fighting with you. The writings of David in the Psalms echo this truth with piercing honesty. You have searched me, Lord, and you know me. You know when I sit and when I rise. You perceive my thoughts from afar. That is from Psalm 139. And it is proof that your inner wrestle is not hidden from heaven. Your private struggle is not weakness. It is the evidence that you are marked. Why? Because darkness does not fight what does not threaten it. You feel pressure because you carry power. You feel warfare because you carry weight. The enemy does not waste resources on the ordinary. He targets the chosen. Think of it like this. A vault filled with gold is guarded heavily. A box with nothing inside is left unguarded. You, chosen one, are the vault. That is why your nights are heavy, your path contested, your peace often shaken. The sign you saw was God reminding you, even when you feel surrounded, I am the greater shield. Oh, your wrestle has a purpose. It is shaping you into someone who can carry greater authority. Just as Jacob wrestled all night with the angel and walked away with a limp but also a blessing, so too your hidden battles will leave scars, but those scars will carry power. They will be the proof that you fought, that you endured, that you overcame. Do not despise the struggle. Do not curse the nights of weeping. These are the fires that refine. These are the furnaces that forge unshakable faith. The sign was heaven reminding you, your wrestle is not wasted, it is working something eternal inside you. And here is where I ask you to respond. Write in the comments just 3 words: seen and known. Why those words? Because it is your declaration that you are not invisible to God, that your struggles are noticed, that your tears are gathered. It is a prophetic act, simple on the outside, but powerful in the spirit. When you write it, you agree with heaven's verdict. My battle is not ignored. I am seen. I am known. Remember, Jacob's night of wrestling ended with a dawn of blessing. Your dawn is coming. The sign was only the confirmation that the long night is almost over. But understand this clearly. Being seen and known by God does not mean your struggles magically vanish. It means they gain meaning. Every tear becomes a seed. Every wrestle becomes training. Nothing is wasted in the hands of the one who sees. Consider the potter and the clay. The clay resists the pressure of the potter's hands, feeling crushed, pressed, and reshaped. But without that shaping, it can never become the vessel it was meant to be. Your hidden wrestles are the pressure of the potter. The sign you saw was him whispering, I am still shaping you. There is a danger when battles remain hidden without revelation. They can lead you into despair, into believing the lie that God has forgotten. That is why he breaks through with signs to pull you back from the edge of hopelessness. He knows the exact moment to remind you, I have not left. This is why you must not underestimate what happened. To the natural eye, the sign seemed small, but spiritually, it was heaven's trumpet, announcing that your hidden season has not been ignored. It was proof that the midnight wrestle of your soul has been witnessed, so hold fast. If you are known by God, you are never lost. If you are seen by him, you are never forgotten. And if he cared enough to send you a sign, then surely he cares enough to bring you through. Chosen one. Rejection has followed you like a shadow. You have felt the sting of being overlooked, left out, misunderstood, even betrayed by people you trusted. Doors you thought would open were slammed shut. Voices you expected to affirm, you spoke silence instead. It has left you wondering at times if you were cursed, if something in you was broken. But hear the truth. Rejection was not punishment, it was preservation. The very no that wounded you was the no that protected you. Heaven allowed certain people to walk away because their presence would have drained you dry. Heaven closed doors because the rooms behind them could not contain your calling. What you saw as abandonment was actually divine alignment. Look closely at your life. The moments of rejection were also the moments where your direction shifted. That job you didn't get, it kept you available for a better opportunity later. That friend who turned cold, their absence saved you from being chained to someone who never believed in you. The relationship that collapsed, it broke before it could bind you to years of pain. There is a young man I once heard about. Let's call him Daniel. He dreamed of being part of a certain company, applied several times, and was always rejected. The rejection crushed him. For years he carried shame, wondering why he wasn't good enough. But later, when news broke of that company's collapse due to corruption, Daniel realized the rejection was his rescue. What felt like humiliation had been hidden protection. That is the paradox of the chosen. They often feel rejected by people, but they are never rejected by heaven. In fact, rejection becomes the sign that you are set apart. When others don't include you, it's often because God Himself excluded you for your good. The wisdom recorded in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28, declares this timeless truth. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. Every rejection in your past, though painful, has been folded into a greater design. Imagine a tapestry. From the back, it looks chaotic, threads tangled, knots messy, colors clashing. But from the front, the picture is breathtaking. Your life, seen from the backside, looks like a series of rejections and disappointments. But heaven sees the front, the masterpiece forming through every thread. This is why you cannot measure your worth by who accepts or rejects you. People's opinions are fragile, fleeting, and often misinformed. One day they praise, the next they turn away. But God's verdict over you does not change. When people said, "Not you," heaven whispered, "Yes, you." Think of Joseph in Scripture. His own brothers rejected him, sold him, and tried to erase his future. But their rejection became his redirection into Egypt, where he would rise to power. What they meant for harm, God turned for good. The pit became a passage. The prison became preparation. The palace became the fulfillment. You may not be in a palace yet, but you have been in the pit. You have tasted betrayal, loss, and misunderstanding. Yet here you are, still breathing, still carrying destiny, still marked. That is evidence enough that rejection has not destroyed you. It has refined you. Rejection also purifies motives. It exposes whether you are living for applause or for assignment. When applause is stripped away, only assignment remains. And that is when chosen ones discover who they really are, not defined by people's approval, but by God's calling. Consider this: if every door had opened easily, if every person had embraced you, would you have sought God as deeply as you do now? Would you carry the weight of compassion you carry today? Likely not. The loneliness taught you empathy. The closed doors taught you dependence. The betrayals taught you discernment. Rejection was your teacher, not your tomb. Even Jesus Himself was rejected. The very cornerstone was dismissed by builders. Crowds that once shouted, "Hosanna," later cried, "Crucify him." Yet His rejection was the pathway to resurrection. If the Son of God endured rejection to fulfill His mission, then your rejection, too, is part of your preparation. Let me give you another picture. A gardener prunes a tree, cutting away branches. To the tree, it feels like loss. But the pruning is not rejection, it is redirection of energy so the tree can bear more fruit. Your pruning seasons, where you felt cut down, were actually setting you up to bloom stronger. This is why rejection should no longer be your shame, it should be your badge. It proves you were not designed to blend in. It proves you were never meant to fit in rooms too small for your destiny. It proves heaven has been steering you all along. Chosen one. Your worth is not in who walked away. Your worth is in who stayed God himself. And if he remains, then you have never truly been rejected. You have only been redirected into his perfect will. So lift your head. Do not replay the moments of betrayal like a broken record. Do not let the sting of rejection harden your heart. Instead, let it soften you toward God. Let it drive you into his embrace. Let it remind you that you are set apart. One day, those who rejected you will witness your rise. They will see the fruit of your faithfulness, the strength that grew in your silence, the doors God opened that no one could close. And in that moment, you will understand fully. The rejection was never against you, it was for you. You are preserved. You are protected. You are chosen. And no rejection can erase that truth. Chosen one. Long before you could speak. Long before you could walk. Even before you opened your eyes to this world, a mark was placed upon your life. You were not born ordinary. You came carrying a seal from heaven, a hidden imprint of divine purpose. Others may have overlooked you, but from the beginning, you were set apart. Have you ever noticed how, even as a child, you never fully fit in? You might have tried to blend, to laugh like everyone else, to chase what others chased. Yet there was always something different about you. You felt more deeply. You questioned more honestly. You saw the world differently. That was not a flaw, it was the sign of your calling. From the earliest days, heaven whispered over you, "This one is mine." The same way a shepherd marks his sheep, God marked you not to restrict you, but to protect you. While others could wander far, you could not. While others could fall into traps unnoticed, you would feel the tug of conviction pulling you back. That mark has followed you all your life, even in the moments you tried to run. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Galatians, chapter 1, verse 15, "But when God, who set me apart from my mother's womb and called me by his grace, was pleased to reveal his Son in me." Paul's words are not just history, they echo your reality. From the womb, you were marked, and through grace, you were called. This is why your journey has been different. Doors others walked through with ease seemed locked for you. Choices that others made lightly weighed heavily on your spirit. It was never because you were unlucky, it was because you were chosen. The mark of heaven on your life has been both your shield and your reminder. Let me tell you about a boy named Jonathan. As a child, he would dream vivid dreams, dreams of light, of voices, of future places he had never seen. His friends laughed at him, telling him it was just imagination. But as he grew older, each dream unfolded in reality. He realized that what others dismissed had been glimpses of God's plan all along. Jonathan was marked, and though he tried to live an ordinary life, the extraordinary kept chasing him. You, too, may have felt this. Times when you tried to walk away from faith, but something kept drawing you back. Times when you tried to silence the voice within, but it only grew louder. That is the mark. It does not erase when you wander, and it does not fade when you doubt. It is written deeper than ink, deeper than scars. Think of it like an invisible compass lodged in your chest. Others may stumble in circles, but you always feel the pull of true north. Even when you resist, even when you fight it, the compass calls you home. That compass is the mark of heaven on your life. Now, chosen one, I want to pause and speak to your heart gently. If these words have stirred you, if you feel the truth pressing against your soul, I ask you to do two things. First, stay connected, like this message, share it, and subscribe, so you never miss the reminders heaven is sending your way. Think of it as keeping a window open. When light pours through, it not only fills your own room, but also spills into the street where others are still walking in darkness. And second, I want to invite you into something deeper. Consider donating not as a duty, not as pressure, but as planting a seed. Imagine a hidden spring underground. Each drop you pour in becomes part of the stream that rises to the surface, refreshing thirsty travelers you may never meet. Your gift is like water feeding roots in a field far beyond your sight. Donation is not a condition, it is an invitation. It is never demanded, always voluntary. Like a lighthouse shining in storms, it continues guiding ships because someone tended the fire. By giving, you add oil to that flame, ensuring the light keeps reaching those who are lost at sea. I share this because just as you are marked for a purpose, this message, too, carries a purpose. And together, your support, whether through prayer, sharing, or giving, keeps that purpose alive. The streams you release may water a field you will never see, but heaven will record it. Heaven sees every seed, every hand that helps keep the fire lit. Return with me now to the image of your mark. You are like a candle in a room full of darkness. The flame may flicker, but it will not go out. Why? Because it was lit by God Himself. You are marked. You are sealed. You are destined to shine. There will always be voices that try to tell you otherwise. Some will say, "You're imagining things." Others will say, "You're too strange, too sensitive, too different." But the truth is that your difference is your design. Chosen ones are not crafted to blend in, they are crafted to stand out. That sign you saw was confirmation of what has been true since birth. You carry heaven's imprint. You may have forgotten, but heaven has not. The mark has never left you. And one day, when you look back, you will see it clearly. Every detour, every rejection, every battle was guided by that unseen seal. You were marked apart, and nothing, not even your mistakes, could erase that truth. So lift your eyes, walk with courage, and remember, you were never meant to live ordinary. You are chosen, marked, and preserved from the very beginning. Chosen one. The sign you saw was not only a reminder of love, it carried within it a warning. Heaven does not only comfort, heaven also cautions. A parent who loves does not merely embrace, but also warns of dangers ahead. And so it is with you. When you paused before that strange sign, it was as though God Himself whispered, "This path carries both promise and risk. Pay attention." You were not just being reassured, you were being alerted. Warnings from heaven are not meant to scare, but to safeguard. They are like road signs on a mountain highway. Without them, you might drive off a cliff. With them, you slow down, adjust your steps, and arrive safely at your destination. There have been moments in your past where you ignored the warnings. You sensed an inner unease, a restlessness in your spirit. But you pressed forward anyway. And afterward, you felt the sting of regret. The sign you just saw was God's mercy. giving you another chance to listen before stepping into danger. The prophet Nahum thundered these words in his book, chapter 1, verse 7. The Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble. He knows those who take refuge in him. Notice this: God's goodness is not only comfort, but protection. He warns because he knows. He shields because he sees what you cannot. Think of a child reaching toward fire. The parent's warning voice is sharp. Don't touch, to the child. It may sound harsh, even restrictive, but the truth is that the voice saved their hand from burning. Your sign was heaven's sharp voice, cutting through the noise to pull you back before the flame consumed you. There is a story of a young woman named Esther. She was about to accept an opportunity that looked perfect: high pay, prestige, and the promise of advancement. Yet the night before signing the contract, she passed a church billboard on her way home. The message read, "Not every open door is from God." Those words haunted her. She prayed, wrestled, and finally declined the offer. Weeks later, that same company was exposed for fraud. The warning she heeded saved her destiny. Chosen one. Your sign was like that billboard. It looked simple, but it carried a weight beyond imagination. It was heaven saying, "Slow down. Look again. Not every path is yours." I may. Warnings are gifts. They are heaven's way of steering you before you wander too far. And those who heed them inherit peace, while those who ignore them reap sorrow. The sign you saw is an invitation to realign, to reconsider, to ask God again, is this the way? But here is something important. Not every warning is forever. Some are temporary pauses, like a red light. They do not mean never go. They mean not now. The timing matters as much as the direction. The sign you saw may be a delay, not a denial. Remember the Israelites in the wilderness. When the pillar of cloud stopped, they stopped. When it moved, they moved. To ignore the sign would have been disaster. To follow it was safety. You, too, are being called to watch the signs carefully. Your warning may be about people. Some connections are not meant to continue. The sign may be heaven saying, "Do not tie yourself here." Your warning may be about choices, opportunities that look golden but are traps in disguise. The sign may be heaven saying, "Do not touch this." Your warning may even be about your inner life habits, thoughts, or compromises that seem small now but will grow destructive if not stopped. Whatever the case, the warning came in love. God did not wait until you were broken beyond repair. He sent a sign early to guard you. That is mercy. Let me offer you an image. Imagine walking through a dense forest and finding a tree marked with bright paint. To the untrained eye, it's just color on bark. But to the traveler, it's a trail marker. It tells you, this is the right way. Do not turn off here. That is exactly what heaven just did. The sign marked your trail so you would not lose your way. Chosen one. I want you to respond in a way that seals this moment. Write in the comments the number 888. Why this number? Because it speaks of new beginnings, multiplied. A triple confirmation that God is redirecting your steps into a fresh path. When you type it, you are not just writing digits, you are agreeing with heaven. I will heed the warning. I will step into the new. And remember this, warnings are not the end. They are the start of wisdom. To listen is to live. To obey is to walk into promise. You have been preserved before, and you are being preserved again. Hold this close. The sign you saw was more than strange. It was strategic. It was both a reminder and a warning. It carried mercy in one hand and caution in the other. And it came because you are chosen. Do not mistake the warning as rejection. When God warns, it is because He still has plans for you. If He had given up, there would be no sign at all. Silence would mean abandonment. But a warning is proof of His nearness. Think of a sailor at sea. When the lighthouse flashes in the night, it is not a threat, it is a gift. It says, "There are rocks ahead. Change course and you will live." The warning is mercy, disguised as urgency. Your sign functioned exactly like that lighthouse. It was heaven's way of saying, danger ahead if you continue, but safety if you turn. The light did not condemn the ship, it saved it. Sometimes chosen ones mistake warning for punishment. But punishment comes after rebellion. Warning comes before it. Warnings are God's way of rescuing you before the storm overtakes you. And here is the deeper truth. The very fact that you noticed the sign proves your heart is still tender. A hardened heart would have ignored it, but yours responded. And that means God can still guide you. So do not fear the warning. Embrace it. Let it anchor you. Because to be warned by God is to be loved by Him. Chosen one. There are seasons in your life where it felt like everything came late. Prayers unanswered. Dreams deferred. Opportunities always slipping just beyond your reach. You watched others move ahead while you remained in the waiting room. Your heart whispered questions you were too afraid to say aloud. Has God forgotten me? Did I miss my moment? Will it ever be my turn? The truth you must hold tightly is this: you have been delayed, but you will never be denied. Delay is not defeat. Delay is often God's strategy to prepare both you and the place He is sending you. What looks like stagnation is actually cultivation. Think of a seed buried underground. To the human eye, it looks as though nothing is happening. Days pass, then weeks. The soil seems unchanged, but beneath the surface, roots are spreading deep and strong. Only when the time is right does the seed break through the earth. The wait was not wasted, it was essential. So it is with your life. The letter to the Hebrews reminds us in chapter 10, verse 36. You need to persevere so that when you have done the will of God, you will receive what He has promised. Notice the order: perseverance first, promise second, delay créate persévérance. And perseverance shapes you into the kind of person who can carry the promise without collapsing under its weight. Look back at your own story. The unanswered prayers taught you endurance. The closed doors trained your discernment. The quiet seasons sharpened your dependence on God rather than on applause. Without those delays, your character would not be ready for what lies ahead. There is a story of a man named Caleb. For years, he dreamed of leading in ministry. Every application he sent was rejected. Every opportunity he thought was his slipped away. Friends advanced, while he stayed behind. For nearly a decade, he questioned his calling. But one day, a door opened suddenly, a door that led to influence far beyond what he imagined. Later, he realized that if those earlier doors had opened, he would have been crushed by the responsibility. The delay was his safeguard. The timing was his teacher. Delay does not mean God is saying no. Delay often means he is saying, "Not yet. I am still working." We see only the small frame of today. God sees the entire canvas. He knows the exact moment when all the pieces align, when the right people are in place, when the environment can sustain your destiny. Imagine a symphony. Each instrument must wait for its cue. The violin cannot rush ahead of the conductor. The trumpet cannot sound before its moment. If they do, the music becomes chaos. But when each waits for the appointed time, the harmony is breathtaking. Your life is part of God's symphony. The waiting has been your rest between notes, and soon the conductor will lift his hand and your sound will rise. Do not despise this season. Waiting seasons are proving seasons. They reveal whether your trust is in circumstances or in God Himself. They expose whether your faith is shallow or deep. They test whether you will cling to the promise even when you cannot see progress. Think of Joseph again. He received a dream of greatness as a boy, but spent years in pits and prisons before the palace. To him, those years may have felt like cruel delay, but every delay prepared him. The pit broke his pride. The prison sharpened his leadership. By the time he reached the palace, he was not just a dreamer, he was a man of wisdom, humility, and strength. Without the delay, the promise would have destroyed him. Chosen one, your delays are not accidents. They are the classrooms where heaven has been training you. The sign you saw was not only comfort and warning, it was confirmation that your waiting has meaning. You are not standing still, you are being positioned. Remember also that delay can protect you from premature exposure. A fruit picked too early is sour. A warrior sent to battle too soon will fall. But when the time is full, when the training is complete, what once seemed delayed will appear perfectly timed. The writings of David in the Psalms echo this truth. I waited patiently for the Lord. He turned to me and heard my cry. Notice the pattern again, waiting first, hearing second. David's patience drew God's response. Your patience, too, is pulling heaven's attention. So when you feel restless, when you are tempted to give up, remind yourself, delay is not denial. The promise still stands. The vision is still alive. The God who marked you from birth has not abandoned His plan halfway. Think of an archer drawing back the bow. The string stretches. The arrow pulls further and further away from the target. To the untrained eye, it looks like the arrow is moving backward. But in truth, the backward pull is what gives the arrow its power. The delay of the arrow's release ensures it flies farther and strikes truer. You are that arrow. The pullback has been long, but the launch will be powerful. Chosen one. Your patience has not been unseen. Your tears have not been ignored. Your silence has not been wasted. Heaven has been keeping record. And when the appointed time comes, you will see why the delay was necessary. So, do not lose heart. You have been delayed. Yes, but denied? Never. The God who began this good work in you will carry it on to completion. The sign you saw was His way of reminding you, hold steady. The wait is almost over. I, chosen one. Silence has a voice. It is often in the wilderness, away from the crowds, away from the noise, that God speaks the clearest. The sign you saw was more than an object. It was a summons. It was heaven calling you into a quieter place where His voice can thunder in ways human ears cannot ignore. Throughout history, Wilderness has been the training ground of the chosen. Moses heard God's voice, not in the palace, but in the desert at a burning bush. Elijah heard the whisper of God, not in the earthquake or fire, but in the stillness on the mountain. John the Baptist's entire ministry was born in the wilderness, where his voice prepared the way for the Lord. Your life has mirrored this pattern. You have endured seasons where you felt stripped of company, misunderstood by friends, and emptied of distractions. At times, you mistook it for abandonment. But it was not abandonment, it was invitation. The wilderness is not where God forgets you. It is where God forms you. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Hosea. Chapter 2, verse 14. Therefore I am now going to allure her. I will lead her into the wilderness and speak tenderly to her. This is the paradox of the chosen. The wilderness feels like exile. Yet it is the very place where intimacy is born. Think about it. In the wilderness, there are no competing voices, no endless noise to drown out the whispers of heaven. It is here, when everything else is stripped away, that you finally learn to distinguish between your own thoughts, the lies of the enemy, and the true voice of God. The sign you encountered was God's way of saying, "Come away. I want to speak to you." He did not call you into isolation to break you, but to tune your ear, just as a musician tightens the strings before the melody begins. God is tightening your soul so that you can carry his sound with clarity. There is a story of a man named David, not the king of Israel, but a modern believer. He had lost his job. His relationships were unraveling, and he found himself living alone for the first time in years. At first, the silence terrified him, but slowly, as he prayed, as he listened, he began to hear God's voice like never before. Scriptures came alive. Dreams became vivid. His wilderness became his sanctuary. Later, he would say, "I thought God had abandoned me, but in truth, he was drawing me closer." Chosen one. That is what is happening to you. The sign was heaven's invitation to step into deeper listening. The wilderness you fear is actually the chamber of revelation. Consider also that the wilderness strips away false identities. When you are surrounded by people, you can hide behind masks, roles, or expectations. But in the wilderness, there is no audience, only you and God. And there, he speaks directly to who you are, not who you pretend to be. The wilderness is where illusions die and destiny is born. Remember Israel's journey. The desert was not punishment, though it felt harsh. It was a classroom where God taught them dependence. Every morning, manna appeared. Every night, the pillar of fire glowed. Without the wilderness, they would have entered the promised land unprepared, still clinging to Egypt in their hearts. The wilderness stripped away Egypt and prepared them for freedom. Your wilderness is doing the same. It is cutting away what cannot go with you into the next season. It is refining your appetite, teaching you to hunger not for applause, but for God's presence. It is reminding you that man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that comes from the mouth of God. Think of the wilderness as a canvas. At first, it looks empty, blank, useless. But to an artist, it is potential. The silence is not void. It is space for God to paint his vision on your life. The sign you saw was the first stroke of his brush. He is beginning something new. It is in wilderness moments that clarity comes. The noise of life often distorts the signal, but when distractions fall away, the frequency clears. That is why prophets emerged from caves and deserts with thunder in their voices. They heard God without filter. They spoke not what was popular, but what was eternal. Chosen one. Your wilderness may not look like sand and stone. It may look like loneliness in a crowded room. It may look like a season where opportunities dry up and the phone stops ringing. But do not despise it. Do not misinterpret it. This is your burning bush moment. This is where heaven speaks. Not loudly to the world, but tenderly to your heart. The writings of Isaiah describe it beautifully in chapter 30, verse 21. Whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you, saying, "This is the way, walk in it." That is wilderness revelation guidance when all roads seem empty. So, if you feel cut off, if you feel alone, take courage. The sign you saw was not a reminder of emptiness. It was proof that God is calling you deeper. The wilderness is not the end of your story. It is the training ground for the next chapter. One day, when you step into your promised land, you will look back on this season with gratitude. You will see how the wilderness shaped your hearing, refined your vision, and carved strength into your soul. The silence that once frightened you will become the foundation of your boldness. The voice in the wilderness is never wasted. It prepares you, equips you, and assures you that even in barren places, God speaks. And because He speaks, you will not be lost. Chosen one. The sign you saw was not only a call to listen, it was a revelation of strength you didn't know you had. You've spent much of your life underestimating yourself, carrying burdens quietly, telling yourself, "I'm just surviving." But heaven sees differently. The very fact that you are still standing, still breathing, still pressing forward, after all you've endured, is proof of an inner strength that terrifies darkness. Strength often hides behind scars. What others thought would break you only shaped you. What you thought would finish, you became the very weight that built your resilience. You are like a mountain that has weathered storms, its surface eroded. Yes, but its core unshakable. The sign you saw was heaven's reminder. Your hidden strength is now being revealed. The Apostle Paul writes in his second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 12, verse 10, "For when I am weak, then I am strong." Your strength has never been about outward display. It has always been about the unseen endurance, the quiet courage, the faith that refuses to let go. Weakness was only the soil in which God planted unshakable strength. Think of a pearl. At first, it is only an irritation inside the shell, a grain of sand causing pain. Over time, layer by layer, the oyster covers it until beauty emerges. Your hidden battles, your quiet tears, your sleepless nights, they have been forming the pearl of strength inside you. The world sees only the shell. God sees the treasure. There is a story of a woman named Lydia. She endured years of rejection and hardship, raising her children alone while carrying shame in silence. People looked at her and saw fragility. But when storms came, she never broke. Years later, her children rose strong and faithful, and those around her finally realized Lydia's hidden strength had been her crown all along. Chosen one. That is you. You have carried so much without applause, without recognition, without anyone realizing the weight you held. The sign you saw was God peeling back the shell to show you what he sees: the strength forged in fire. Do not dismiss what you carry. The fact that you kept going when others quit, that you kept believing when others mocked, that you kept praying when nothing seemed to change, that is strength. Not loud, not flashy, but real. And real strength is the kind heaven can trust with greater assignments. The prophet Joshua was told, "Be strong and courageous, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." That promise echoes for you now. Courage is not the absence of fear, it is the decision to keep moving in spite of fear. And that is exactly what you've done. So here is your prophetic act today. Write in the comments these words: strength revealed. Just 2 words. Simple yet profound. Because by writing them, you agree with heaven's verdict. I am not fragile. I am not overlooked. My strength is being uncovered. Mzen. This declaration matters because for too long you've believed the lie of weakness. The enemy wants you to think you're barely surviving, but heaven declares you are already overcoming. And when you declare it, you silence the lie and amplify the truth. One day, those who misjudged you will look back in awe. They will say, "We thought they were fragile, but they were forged in fire." They will see that your strength was not in appearances, but in endurance. Chosen one. The hidden is becoming visible. The unseen is being unveiled. And your strength, quiet, steady, unbreakable, will become a testimony for generations. Strength, chosen one, is not always loud. Sometimes it is silent. Like roots gripping the earth unseen. A tree can look fragile in the storm, bending under the wind, but its strength is hidden underground. Your life has been exactly this, the roots of endurance reaching deeper than anyone realizes. Why does God hide strength at first? Because strength revealed too soon can draw the wrong eyes. If everyone had known how much authority and resilience you carried, jealousy and attacks would have come before you were ready. Hidden strength is protected strength. It waits until the right time to be unveiled. Think of David again. Before he faced Goliath, his strength was hidden in the fields. No one saw him wrestle lions or bears. No one applauded when he protected the sheep. Yet those hidden battles prepared him for the public one. The same has been true for you. Every unseen fight has been shaping you for a stage larger than you imagined. Strength also multiplies in silence. When no one cheers, you learn to cheer yourself. When no one notices, you discover that heaven notices. This builds a resilience that cannot be stolen, because it is rooted not in applause, but in identity. Your strength has also been misunderstood. People may have mistaken your quiet endurance for weakness, your gentleness for fragility. But strength is not always the roar of a lion. It is sometimes the steady gaze of a lamb refusing to bow. Heaven knows the difference, even if others do not. And here is a truth. Strength grows through resistance. Muscles only form when they are pushed, stretched, and torn slightly so they can rebuild stronger. Your life's resistance, those trials, delays, and rejections have been the weightlifting of your spirit. That's why you feel stronger now, though the world may not see the scars as medals. Picture a diamond. At first, it is only coal, black and ordinary. But under years of pressure, heat, and hiddenness, it transforms. Then one day, the light reveals its brilliance. That is your story. Pressure has been your sculptor. Time has been your fire. And now the sign you saw was heaven's signal. The diamond is ready to shine. Oh, do not shrink back when this strength is revealed. For too long, you have carried yourself as though fragile, whispering to yourself, "I hope I make it." But heaven already declared, you have made it. You are stronger than you know. Oh, the unveiling of strength is not only for you, it is for those watching, those searching, those wondering if survival is possible. Your strength will become their inspiration. Your story will breathe hope into their despair. That is why God chose to reveal it now. So stand tall, walk boldly, speak courageously. The hidden pearl is uncovered. The unseen roots are proven. The diamond forged in pressure now catches the light, and your life will shine with the testimony of strength revealed. Chosen one. Light has always carried weight. Darkness does not fear noise. It does not fear numbers. It does not fear the loudness of the crowd. What darkness fears is light pure, steady, unshakable light. That is why your presence disrupts rooms you enter. Even when you say nothing, the sign you saw was a reminder. Your light terrifies the darkness. You may not realize it, but every time you refuse bitterness, you shine. Every time you forgive, instead of retaliating, you shine. Every time you choose hope when despair whispers, you shine, and darkness trembles, because it cannot comprehend light. Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of John, chapter 1, verse 5, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." This is not poetic, it is reality. Light does not negotiate with darkness. It simply enters, and the shadows vanish. That is you. Let me give you an image. Imagine a single candle in a cavern, so deep you can't see your own hands. The flame is small, fragile, even, but suddenly the cavern changes. Shapes appear. Fear dissolves. That is what your life does. You may think your flame is insignificant, but to those trapped in shadows, your light is salvation. Another picture, a lighthouse on a cliff during stormy nights. Ships tossed by waves look for one thing, the steady glow that tells them where safety lies. That lighthouse does not chase the ships. It simply stands, shining. And because it stands, lives are saved. You are that lighthouse. Your light is not about perfection, it is about persistence. This is why you must guard your flame. Darkness will try to convince you your light is pointless, too small, too fragile. But even the smallest light defies the largest shadow. That is why your battles have been so fierce, because your very existence is warfare against darkness. Chosen one, if these words are opening your eyes, I want to pause for a gentle invitation. Like, share, and subscribe so that this flame does not remain in one corner, but spreads. Think of it as passing torches in a relay. One hand lights another until a stadium of hearts is ablaze. And if you feel moved, consider giving. Consider donating, not as pressure, not as demand, but as a sacred act. Imagine a river flowing, every drop poured in joins the current, carrying life to villages far downstream. Your gift is a drop in that river, small in your hand, but mighty in its journey. Donation is not a condition, it is participation. It is like placing one more stone into a lighthouse tower. Alone, It seems small, but together, the stones form a structure that keeps sailors from crashing in the storm. Your support builds that tower, ensuring the light keeps guiding. Your generosity is like rain falling on unseen fields. You may never see the harvest, but heaven does. Every drop matters. Every seed multiplies. When you choose to support, you become part of a story larger than your own. A story where darkness is pushed back because your light helped fuel the flame. Do not think of it as transaction. Think of it as participation. When you choose to share, to subscribe, to give, you are not paying for words, you are partnering with heaven to ensure that words of life keep reaching those who feel forgotten. And here is the beauty. It is voluntary. Light never forces anyone. It only shines, offering vision to those who want to see. If your heart feels stirred, then respond. If not, receive the word freely. The gift remains yours, with or without. That is the nature of true light. It gives without demanding. So walk boldly, chosen one. Know that your light is more powerful than you realize. When you stand, darkness flees. When you shine, others find their way. And when you add oil through prayer, through sharing, through generosity, you make sure the flame burns brighter for generations yet to come. You are not just surviving, you are shining, and your light terrifies the darkness. But let me take you deeper. Chosen one. Light is not only about shining, it is about direction. A lantern in the hands of a traveler does more than glow. It shows the next step on a dark road. The strength of your light is that it guides others, not only yourself. Have you noticed how people sometimes come to you for encouragement? Even when you feel weak yourself, that is no accident. They sense your light, like moths drawn to a flame. Broken souls find their way to you because your spirit carries warmth they cannot find elsewhere. And yet, light is also costly. Oil must be supplied. The wick must be trimmed. The fire must be guarded. That is why the sign you saw was a reminder. Protect what burns inside you. Do not let bitterness dim it. Do not let weariness smother it. Do not let neglect let it die out. Chosen one. Your light is more than survival, it is legacy. Imagine children walking behind you on a night road. The lamp you hold becomes their safety. They do not stumble because your flame goes before them. This is the beauty of living as light. What you carry now will outlive you, guiding those who come after. So, guard the flame. Feed it. Let it shine without shame. Because every shadow you push back makes the path clearer. Not just for you, but for every life destined to follow your steps. Chosen one. There are burdens you have carried that no one else can see. Crosses hidden beneath quiet smiles. Responsibilities too heavy for words. Silent wars that you have fought alone. Others have seen glimpses, but they do not know the full weight. And yet, here you stand still, walking, still breathing, still believing. Carrying crosses in silence is part of the mark of the chosen. You do not complain like others do. Not because it doesn't hurt, but because something in you knows that the weight has meaning. Pain is never wasted when heaven has placed it in your hands. The writings of James remind us in chapter 1, verses 2 and 3, "Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Your silent trials have not been punishments. They have been training. Think of the carpenter shaping wood. He presses, sands, and chisels, all in silence. The wood does not cry out, though it feels the friction, but in time, the rough edges are gone, and a vessel of beauty emerges. You are that vessel. The silence of your suffering has been shaping you for glory. There is a story of a man named Elias. He worked 2 jobs to care for his family after his father abandoned them. No one knew the weight he carried because he never spoke of it. Yet in his silence, he developed strength, patience, and compassion. Years later, those around him said, "We never knew how much he endured." And that was the proof he had carried his cross without fanfare. And it had shaped him into a man others respected. Chosen one. This is your reality too. People may not applaud you for the battles they cannot see, but heaven does. The angels have watched your perseverance, and the Father has recorded every tear. Nothing you have carried in silence has been forgotten. Sometimes the heaviest cross is not visible pain, but invisible loneliness. To walk through life feeling unseen, even by those closest to you, is a burden few can understand. But remember, even Jesus carried his cross through jeering crowds that could not comprehend his purpose. If he bore it, so can you with his strength. There is also a mystery in silent suffering. It produces hidden authority. Those who carry without complaining often walk with a depth others cannot explain. When they speak, their words carry weight because their scars have given them credibility. You have that same weight. Your scars are sermons without words. Consider Job, stripped of wealth, family, and health. He sat in ashes while friends misjudged him. His cross was silent and lonely. Yet when God restored him, he carried a testimony no one could argue with. His story still speaks thousands of years later. Your silent endurance, too, will echo beyond your lifetime. Carrying a cross also teaches compassion because you know the pain of silent battles. You can recognize it in others. You notice the hidden sadness behind a smile. You sense when someone is close to breaking, and because you understand, you can comfort them in ways no one else can. Your silent suffering has given you eyes to see. Think of a violin. Its music is born from tension, the strings pulled tight, stretched beyond comfort. Without tension, there is no sound. In the same way, your life's melody has come from tension, from the silent stretch of burdens carried with faith. That music is now being heard in heaven, and it is beautiful. Chosen one, remember this truth. Silence does not mean absence. While you carried your cross unseen, God walked beside you, like Simon of Cyrene, who was compelled to help Jesus carry his cross. Heaven has been secretly supporting you when your strength faltered. You may not have noticed, but you never carried it alone. And though crosses feel endless, they are not forever. Every cross leads to a resurrection. Every silent burden ends with a breakthrough. The weight you have carried will one day become the platform from which you testify. If God sustained me then, he will sustain you now. Your cross is your crown in disguise. What you have borne in silence will shine loudly in eternity. Every step, every tear, every moment of endurance is weaving a glory that cannot fade. So walk on, Chosen one, do not despise the wait. Do not curse the silence. Your cross is not your end, it is your passage. And though few may see, heaven sees. Though many may overlook, heaven applauds. Though your burden feels heavy, resurrection is waiting just ahead. And remember, chosen one, the cross is not just about weight, it is about witness. Every step you have taken under the weight of your burden has left an imprint for others to follow. Children, friends, even strangers have been watching, often in silence, and they have seen a strength that cannot be explained except by God. The silence itself is holy. When you endure without broadcasting your pain, you become like a lamp hidden inside clay. The world does not see the flame directly, but they feel its warmth. Your quiet perseverance has been radiating more than you know. There will come a day when the silence will break. Heaven will lift the weight, and the testimony will be shouted aloud. But until that day, take comfort, even in silence. Your faith is speaking. Every moment you chose to keep walking with the cross, heaven was declaring, "Here walks one who is mine." Your cross is not wasted. It is shaping your crown. And when the time comes, the glory revealed will far outweigh the weight you carried. Chosen one, the sign you saw did not only reveal strength and endurance, it pointed toward a crown. But crowns are not handed out cheaply. They come through obedience. The crown you are destined to wear is waiting on the other side of your surrender. You already know, obedience is not always easy. It costs something. It costs your pride, your comfort, your desire to control. Yet obedience is the very doorway to glory. Every time you have said, "Yes, Lord," even when it hurts, heaven has taken note. Every time you've obeyed when no one was watching, God has recorded it. And every small yes has been adding weight to the crown that will rest on your head. The letter to the Philippians reminds us in chapter 2, verse 8. And being found in appearance as a man, he humbled himself by becoming obedient to death, even death on a cross. Jesus himself showed that obedience is the path to exaltation. The crown of resurrection came only after the surrender of the cross. So it will be with you. The seasons where obedience felt crushing were actually building authority inside you. That crown is not just a symbol of honor, it is evidence that you yielded when it mattered most. Think of a soldier who trains for years, enduring discipline that others avoid. When the day of battle comes, his obedience to training saves lives. So it is with you. Your willingness to submit to God's direction, even in small matters, is shaping you into someone heaven can trust with greater responsibility. There is a story of a woman named Naomi. She dreamed of traveling abroad for work, but at the last moment she felt God say, "Stay." She obeyed, though it broke her heart. Months later, an opportunity arose in her hometown that allowed her to lead a community project, touching hundreds of lives. Years later, she looked back and realized that the one act of obedience had placed a crown of influence on her head she never could have earned by chasing her own path. Obedience is rarely glamorous. It often feels like sacrifice. But chosen ones understand that sacrifice is never wasted. The altar where you lay your will down becomes the throne where God lifts you up. The prophet Samuel once told King Saul, "To obey is better than sacrifice, and to heed is better than the fat of rams." What does this mean? that God desires hearts surrendered more than empty rituals. Your crown does not come from religious performance, it comes from the obedience of love. Chosen one. You may think your obedience has gone unnoticed, but heaven is watching. Every hidden yes, every unseen surrender, every quiet act of faith has been woven into your story. The crown awaits because you chose obedience when rebellion would have been easier. Picture a crown not of gold, but of light. Every beam is a moment of surrender. Every jewel, a testimony of obedience. When you stand before God, that crown will not just be placed upon you, it will shine as the story of your life lived in faith. This is why the sign came. It was not only to comfort you, not only to warn you, but to call you higher, to remind you that obedience today secures your crown tomorrow. Let me offer you another image. A tree only bears fruit because it stays rooted, season after season, storm after storm. If the tree uproots itself, chasing easier soil, it dies. But by staying rooted, obedient to its place, it flourishes in time. You are that tree. The fruit of your life will come not from wandering, but from remaining obedient to the soil God planted you in. Obedience also unlocks blessings for others. When Abraham obeyed, entire generations were blessed. When Mary obeyed, salvation entered the world. Your obedience, though personal, has ripple effects far beyond your own life. That is why your yes matters so much. It is never just about you. And so I invite you, as a prophetic act, to leave in the comments the number 999. Why this number? Because it speaks of completion, the closing of an old chapter and the beginning of a new one. By writing it, you are declaring, I will obey. I will finish my season well. I will step into my crown. End of quote. Do not underestimate this moment. Numbers in themselves are simple, but when chosen ones respond with faith, even simple acts become seals of agreement with heaven. Your comment is not for show, it is for alignment. Chosen one. The path ahead may still hold battles, but obedience will always be your shield. And on the other side of those battles is the crown prepared, not for the strong in appearance, but for the surrendered in heart. So, wear your hidden yes proudly. Walk with your unseen surrender boldly, for every step of obedience brings the crown closer, and when it rests upon your head, all will see that the strange sign you once noticed was not accident, but appointment, a divine summons into the glory of obedience. Chosen one. The beauty of obedience is that it always bears fruit beyond the moment. You may not see the outcome immediately, but each yes plants seeds that grow in hidden soil. Over time, they rise as a testimony that obedience was never wasted. Think of Noah. His obedience looked foolish to the world, building an ark where no rain fell. Yet his obedience preserved generations. This is the same principle at work in your life. Today's surrender is tomorrow's salvation. Obedience is also freedom. Many fear it because they think it means losing control. In truth, it breaks the chains of self-will that keep us trapped in cycles. By surrendering, you are not losing. You are stepping into a broader field where God's plans are already unfolding. So remember, obedience is not the death of dreams. It is the alignment of your life with a dream bigger than your own. And the crown waiting for you is not just reward, it is proof that your yes changed eternity. Chosen one. Mercy does not knock forever. It is patient. Yes. It is tender. Yes. But there comes a moment when mercy stands at the door one final time and waits for your answer. The sign you saw was more than a gentle reminder. It was mercy's final knock. Mercy is not weakness. Mercy is power held back. Judgment delayed. Love extended again and again, even when it is not deserved. Every time you stumbled, mercy picked you up. Every time you drifted, mercy pulled you close. Mercy has been the unseen hand preserving your life through storms. You didn't know you survived. But mercy also carries urgency. A knock ignored too long becomes silence. This is why the sign came so strongly. It was heaven saying, I will not let you wander endlessly. I will give you one more chance to choose rightly. No. The writings of the Apostle Paul in Romans, chapter 2, verse 4 remind us, do you show contempt for the riches of his kindness, forbearance and patience, not realizing that God's kindness is intended to lead you to repentance? Mercy is never random. It is not casual kindness. It is a strategy to draw you back before destruction overtakes you. Consider the people of Noah's day. For years, Noah built the ark. Each swing of the hammer was a warning. Each plank of wood, a knock of mercy. The door remained open for anyone willing to enter. But when the rain began, the door was shut. Mercy had knocked for decades, but it could not knock forever. This is what the sign before your eyes represents. Mercy has been knocking gently in your life through sermons you've heard, through dreams that woke you at night, through inner whispers you tried to ignore, and now, through this strange and undeniable sign, mercy has knocked louder than ever. Do not mistake this for coincidence. Do not brush it off as imagination. Heaven does not waste final knocks. The fact that you saw the sign is proof that God still believes you are worth reaching, worth saving, worth redeeming. Mercy is like a lifeboat floating beside a sinking ship. Passengers may laugh, saying, "We don't need it yet." But when the waters rise, it becomes their only chance. Your sign was the lifeboat brushing against your ship, calling you to climb in while time remains. There is a story of a man named Reuben. For years, he ignored every prompting of God, saying he would get serious later. One night, after narrowly surviving a car accident, he looked at the wreckage and whispered, "I should not be alive." He realized that mercy had knocked for the last time, and this time he answered. From that night forward, his life turned. He often said later, "That crash was not death chasing me, it was mercy rescuing me." End. Chosen one. You too have moments in your memory where you should not have made it. Yet you did. Times where danger should have swallowed you, but something invisible shielded you. Those were not luck. Those were mercy's knocks. But mercy cannot be assumed forever. To assume it will always wait is to cheapen its value. Mercy must be answered. The sign you saw was heaven saying, "Now is the time. Choose while you can. Respond while I am near." End. Mercy also carries dignity. It does not break down doors. It knocks and waits. God will not force you. Though he could, he invites. He calls. He warns, but he leaves the choice in your hands. That is the dignity of mercy. It respects your will, even as it seeks your rescue. Think of the prodigal son. The father waited, scanning the horizon daily. His mercy never failed. But the son still had to rise and return. The father did not drag him home. He chose to walk. So too, your choice matters now. Mercy is waiting, arms open, but the step is yours. The prophet Isaiah once wrote, "Seek the Lord while he may be found, call on him while he is near." That phrase, "while he may be found," is sobering. It means opportunities do not remain forever. The door of mercy is wide today, but it narrows when ignored. Chosen one. Do not let fear grip you here. This is not about terror, it is about truth. Mercy is not knocking to condemn you, but to save you. The sign was proof of love, not rejection. It was God saying, "I still want you. I still believe in you." Imagine standing at a train station. The train is waiting. Doors open. Whistle blowing. You hesitate, unsure if you should step in. But eventually, the doors close, and the train leaves. The sign you saw was that whistle. It was God's way of saying, "Do not wait any longer. Step into the train of destiny before the door closes." Mercy's final knock is sobering, but it is also beautiful. It means heaven has not given up. It means love is still pursuing you. It means grace is still flowing in your direction. But it also means you cannot delay forever. One day, you will look back on this season with clarity. You will remember the sign, the stirring in your spirit, the moment when mercy knocked loudly, and you will either rejoice that you answered or regret that you ignored. That is why this moment is holy. Chosen one. Let these words burn in your heart. The sign was mercy's knock. The door is open now. The invitation is clear. Do not wait until silence falls. Answer while mercy still calls your name. Chosen one. There are moments in time when it feels as though everything pauses, when life itself slows down, and you sense that something greater than yourself has turned its gaze upon you. The sign you saw was one of those moments. Heaven paused for you. When heaven pauses, it is not because God is distracted. It is because you have caught his attention. Out of billions of lives moving across the earth, he leaned in closer to yours. What you saw was proof that your journey has not gone unnoticed. The King of Creation chose to pause eternity to remind you that you matter. This pause is holy. It is like the silence before a symphony begins, the moment when instruments hold their breath before releasing sound. The pause is not emptiness, it is anticipation. The silence before heaven moves is often heavier than the sound itself. That heaviness you felt when you saw the sign was not confusion, it was the weight of heaven pausing. The book of Psalms reflects this mystery in chapter 8, verses 3 and 4. When I consider your heavens, the work of your fingers, the moon and the stars, which you have set in place, what is mankind that you are mindful of them? Human beings that you care for them. The psalmist marveled that, out of galaxies and galaxies, God would stop and notice humanity. Yet, that is what he has done for you. Imagine the Creator orchestrating stars, galaxies, oceans, and nations, and then pausing, like a conductor halting the orchestra to listen to one instrument. That is you. The sign was the conductor's baton stopping mid-air so that your solo could be heard. Chosen one. This pause is not random. It carries purpose. Heaven does not pause without reason. When God stops to focus on you, it is because he is about to shift something in your story. The sign was a prelude, a declaration that what comes next will not be ordinary. Think about Moses in the wilderness. The burning bush was heaven's pause. Creation itself held its breath while God spoke from fire. Moses had walked that desert path countless times, but this time was different. Heaven paused, the bush burned, and destiny was announced. The sign you saw was your burning bush moment. Pauses are also moments of alignment. They stop you in your tracks so you can hear clearly. If life rushed forward endlessly, you would miss the whispers of God. But when heaven pauses, time slows. Distractions fade, and your spirit awakens. The sign you saw was not meant to entertain, it was meant to align. There is a story of a man named Ezra. He lived in constant busyness, always rushing, always moving. One afternoon, while driving home, he saw a rainbow stretching across the sky. For reasons he couldn't explain, he pulled his car to the side of the road and wept. In that pause, he realized God had been chasing his heart through all the noise. That single pause became the turning point of his life. So it is with you. The pause you experienced was not weakness, it was invitation. God was saying, "Stop. Listen. I am here." Heaven's pauses are also protective. Sometimes God halts everything around you to prevent you from stepping into harm. Like a red light at an intersection, the pause may frustrate you at first, but it spares you from collision. The sign you saw may have been God's red light, holding you still until the path was safe again. This is why you must not despise the pause. Too often, chosen ones grow restless when things slow down. You ask, "Why is nothing happening? Why am I stuck here?" But what feels like delay is often heaven pausing to realign your steps. Remember the sun standing still in the days of Joshua. Scripture tells us that God paused the heavens so his people could finish their battle. Time itself stopped because destiny required it. This is the magnitude of heaven's pause. It bends creation for the sake of purpose. Chosen one. Let this sink deep. Heaven paused for you, not for the crowd, not for the masses, but for you. The sign you saw was proof that your name, your life, your destiny has heaven's full attention. This pause is also a reminder of intimacy. When a friend pauses mid-sentence to truly look at you, you know you are valued. When a lover pauses to listen to your heartbeat, you know you are cherished. The pause you experienced was God leaning close, saying without words, "I see you, I hear you, I am with you." And think of a potter shaping clay. He spins the wheel, presses firmly, and then pauses to inspect the form. The pause is not neglect, it is precision. He stops to examine the vessel, to make sure it is taking the right shape. You are that vessel. The pause in your life is God's inspection before he continues shaping you. The prophet Habakkuk once wrote, "The Lord is in his holy temple. Let all the earth be silent before him." Silence is not empty, it is reverence. The sign you saw was heaven commanding silence around you so that reverence could rise in your soul. Chosen one. Pause with heaven. Do not rush past what God is doing. Embrace the stillness, because in the pause lies the pivot, the turning point, the moment where ordinary ends and destiny begins. You may not fully understand now, but one day you will look back and realize the pause was sacred. It was heaven leaning in, whispering your name, and preparing you for the next chapter. Chosen one. Never underestimate the weight of a divine pause. It is the space where eternity brushes against time, where God bends low enough for you to feel his breath. The stillness you experienced was not emptiness, it was a holy meeting place. Carry this truth with you. When heaven pauses, transformation follows. The silence you felt is the soil from which a new chapter will grow. Trust it. Hold it. Because what begins in stillness will soon break forth in power. Chosen one. There comes a moment when the ordinary becomes extraordinary, when what seems small and forgettable turns into a holy encounter. For Moses, it was a bush burning in the wilderness. For you, it was that strange sign. It looked simple on the outside, but it carried the weight of heaven's voice. This is your burning bush. Moses had walked past bushes thousands of times, but this one did not burn out. It caught his attention, pulled him closer, and in that pause, God spoke destiny over his life. That is exactly what happened to you. The sign you saw was not just strange, it was set apart, designed to arrest your gaze so that you would hear the whisper of eternity. When God calls through a burning bush, he is saying, this is not the end of your wandering. This is the beginning of your assignment. You may feel unqualified, unprepared, even unworthy. But heaven does not choose the perfect. Heaven chooses the willing. The word of God in Exodus, chapter 3, verse 4 declares, when the Lord saw that he had gone over to look, God called to him from within the bush, Moses, Moses. Notice this, God did not speak until Moses turned aside. The sign is only the beginning. The real encounter begins when you pause, when you turn, when you lean in. Chosen one. You turned aside when you noticed that sign. And because you turned, God is speaking now. The bush is not just fire, it is invitation. Think of fire for a moment. Fire warms. Fire illuminates. Fire purifies. Fire refines. But fire also consumes what is not meant to remain. That sign was the spark. If you draw closer, the fire of God will do in you what no human effort can burn away the weight of shame. Refine your purpose and set you alight as a torch for others. There is a story of a man named Jonah, not the prophet of old, but a simple worker. He struggled for years with direction, always questioning his purpose. One morning on his way to work, he saw a street performer holding a sign that read, "You are more than you think you are." For some reason, the words struck him like lightning. That moment became his burning bush. He turned aside, began seeking God more intentionally, and within months doors opened for him to mentor young people. His life became fire for others because he answered the flame. This is what happens when chosen ones heed the sign. The bush burns, not to entertain, but to call. And now, chosen one, I pause to invite you to something simple yet powerful. Like, share, and subscribe to keep this fire spreading. Imagine one spark flying off a campfire when it lands. It can ignite another flame. Each action you take is like carrying sparks into places I cannot reach alone. By doing so, you are helping the flame of this message reach those still wandering in their wilderness. And if your heart feels stirred, I gently invite you, consider donating, not as a demand, never as a price tag, but as a way of adding wood to the fire. Picture a great bonfire burning in the night. Each log placed upon it makes the flame rise higher. Warming, more people gathered around. Your gift is a log on that fire. Another picture. Your generosity is like a river feeding into a reservoir. Alone, a single stream looks small, but when many streams flow together, they create a source that sustains cities. Every contribution you choose to give becomes part of a flow that nourishes lives you may never meet. And here is the most important part. Donation is never a condition. It is an invitation. The fire burns freely, and it always will. But if you choose to give, you become part of the story. You join hands with heaven in fueling something greater than yourself. Some will add their prayers, others their voices, and some will add their resources. All are valuable, all matter. And if you feel led, your seed becomes a testimony, not of obligation, but of love. Now, return with me to the burning bush. God told Moses, "Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground." Holiness was not in the bush itself, it was in the presence of God, filling that moment. Chosen one. When you saw that sign, heaven declared your moment holy, not because of the object, but because God stepped into your path. Do not treat this lightly. Burning bushes do not appear every day. When they do, they are invitations into assignments larger than you can imagine. The fire you saw is calling you higher. And here is the good news. You do not walk alone. The same God who called Moses also said, "I will be with you." Your bush is not a burden, it is a partnership. Heaven will walk beside you into every Pharaoh's court, into every Red Sea, into every wilderness. The sign was only the beginning. The fire will go with you. Chosen one. Treasure this encounter. Remember it. Let it mark you. For this is not just a sign, it is your burning bush, your holy ground, your call into destiny. And before we close, I invite you into a small yet powerful act. Leave a comment below with the words, "Holy ground." Why these words? Because when Moses stood before the burning bush, that was what God declared. The place of encounter was holy. Writing it is your way of saying, "I recognize this moment. I will not treat it as ordinary. I stand on holy ground." Now, it is not just a comment, it is a marker of agreement, a way of planting your footprint on this sacred moment. So step forward, barefoot in humility, bold in obedience, certain that the fire you carry will light the way not only for you, but for generations yet to come. Chosen one. Not every dream you have had was random. Some dreams were warnings. They came in the night, uninvited and sometimes unsettling, because heaven was trying to speak when your mind was too distracted to listen during the day. Dreams are a language of God, from Genesis to Revelation. He has spoken to his chosen ones through visions of the night. Joseph dreamed of sheaves bowing down and stars aligning. Daniel dreamed of beasts and kingdoms yet to come. Even Pilate's wife dreamed a warning about condemning Jesus. God uses dreams when he wants to bypass the noise and go directly to the soul. Perhaps you remember a dream that left you restless, one that clung to your spirit long after you woke. Maybe you saw danger ahead, or faces of people you barely knew, or symbols you couldn't explain. That was not imagination. That was God's mercy, pulling back the curtain to warn you of what was coming. The Book of Job, chapter 33, verses 14 and 15. declares this mystery clearly. For God does speak, now one way, now another, though no one perceives it, in a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falls on people as they slumber in their beds. What Job describes is your reality. God spoke to you in dreams, even when you didn't recognize his voice. Dream warnings come because chosen ones have sensitive spirits. What others dismiss as nightmares, you must take seriously. A storm in your dream might be God showing you conflict ahead. A broken bridge might be his warning not to cross a relationship. A closed door in a dream might mean protection from a path not meant for you. There is a story of a young man named Elias. He once dreamed of standing at the edge of a cliff, looking at a crowd cheering him to jump. Just before he leapt, he felt a strong hand pull him back. Days later, he was offered a business deal that seemed perfect but felt unsettling. He remembered the dream and declined. Months later, that same deal collapsed, ruining everyone involved. Elias realized the dream had been a warning disguised in symbols. Chosen one, your dreams have carried warnings like that too. The unease you felt upon waking was heaven urging you not to ignore it. But warning dreams are not given to frighten you, they are given to prepare you. Think of them as early alarms. An alarm ringing in the middle of the night can be jarring, but it saves you from fire. In the same way, a disturbing dream saves you from walking into flames unaware. Dream warnings also call you deeper into discernment. They train you to ask questions. What is this showing me? What should I avoid? What should I pray over? God does not waste dreams. Even the confusing ones carry seeds of wisdom if you take time to seek him about them. The prophet Daniel was known not just for dreaming, but for interpreting dreams. His gift preserved nations. Your sensitivity may not always bring you immediate clarity, but when you sit with God, the meaning unfolds. That is why chosen ones often wake with images they cannot shake. It is an invitation to press closer until revelation comes. Dream warnings can also be generational. Sometimes God shows you what threatens your family line, so you can stand in the gap. You may have dreamed of cycles repeating, of battles that seem familiar. These are not coincidences. They are heaven urging you to break patterns so that those who come after you will walk free. Think of Pharaoh's dream in Joseph's day. It revealed famine approaching, not just for him, but for nations. Because Joseph discerned it, Egypt prepared and lives were saved. Your dream warnings may feel personal, but often they are larger than you. They may be God using you to shield others from disaster. Chosen one, treat your dreams with reverence. Write them down. Pray over them. Ask God to confirm their meaning. A dream may seem small, but it can carry the weight of destiny. Do not be discouraged if some dreams seem dark. Warnings in dreams are signs of God's love, not his abandonment. He warns because he cares. He reveals because he still intends to guide you. Silence would mean he had given up, but a warning dream means he is still pursuing you. Imagine walking a mountain trail at night. You see a flash of lightning that briefly illuminates the cliff edge ahead. That flash may frighten you, but it saves your life by showing you where not to step. Dreams that unsettle you serve the same purpose. They are flashes of mercy. Even Jesus' birth was preserved by a dream. Joseph, his earthly father, was warned in a dream to flee to Egypt because Herod sought the child's life. That single dream preserved the Savior of the world. Do not underestimate what your dreams may be preserving. So, chosen one, hold this truth. The sign you saw in the day and the dreams you have seen by night are connected. Both are languages of heaven. Both are alarms of mercy. Both are proof that you are chosen and watched over. The warnings of your dreams are not there to bind you in fear, but to set you free with foresight. And when you heed them, you will walk paths safer, wiser, and clearer than you would have otherwise. Dreams are not accidents. They are scrolls delivered to your spirit while you sleep. Some scrolls bring comfort, others correction, but all of them carry heaven's fingerprints. Cherish them, discern them, obey them, for they are the language of the God who neither slumbers nor sleeps, yet chooses to speak to you in the quiet of the night. Chosen one. The weight you feel on your shoulders is not always about your own life. Some of it is ancient. You are carrying assignments that began before you were born, tasks entrusted to your bloodline, responsibilities whispered in the prayers of ancestors, promises spoken by God generations ago. This is why your life has felt heavier than most. It is not simply about your journey, it is about the continuation of a story written long before you arrived. You are a link in a chain that heaven refuses to let break. In the book of Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 1, it is written, "Therefore, since we are surrounded by such a great cloud of witnesses, let us throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles, and let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us." These witnesses are those who ran before you, who carried the baton in their time. And now the baton is in your hand. Some of your ancestors prayed prayers they never lived to see answered. They asked for freedom, for blessing, for healing of wounds that stretched through generations. You are the vessel through which those prayers will be fulfilled. Their voices may be silent on earth, but they echo in heaven, and those echoes have landed on your path. There is a story of a woman named Miriam. Her grandmother had been a quiet believer who prayed nightly for her family to serve God. Yet most of them strayed. Miriam grew up unaware of her grandmother's prayers. But years later, as she surrendered her life, she discovered old journals filled with intercession for her by name. She realized she was living out an ancient assignment, an answer to prayers decades old. Chosen one. This is why the battles in your life have been so fierce. Darkness does not fight you only for your sake. It fights to prevent generational assignments from being completed. If you give up, cycles remain unbroken. But if you endure, chains that bound your bloodline for centuries will finally shatter. Think of Abraham. His obedience carried promises that stretched beyond his lifetime descendants, as numerous as the stars. Nations blessed through his seed. He never saw the fullness of it, but his descendants carried the assignment forward. You are standing in a similar role. The promise may not have begun with you, but it will not end without you. Ancient assignments also explain your sense of being different. While others chase pleasures without consequence, you feel conviction pulling you back. While others ignore spiritual matters, you are drawn to them. This is not accident, it is inheritance. Your spirit recognizes the assignment, even when your mind cannot explain it. Picture yourself as a runner in a relay. The baton you carry is not light. It contains the sweat, tears, and faith of those before you. They ran their part. They stumbled, perhaps, or slowed. but they did not drop the baton. And now it is pressed into your hand. The race you run is not only for yourself, it is for every name written in your family's story. Chosen one. Carrying ancient assignments is not a curse, it is an honor. It means heaven trusted you with something larger than life. It means you are chosen not only to live, but to fulfill. The sign you saw was confirmation. You are carrying more than your own destiny. Do not fear the weight. The same God who gave the assignment will give the strength, just as he sustained Abraham, Joseph, Ruth, and Esther. He will sustain you. The race may be long, but the crown at the finish is eternal. Chosen one. The beauty of ancient assignments is that they carry both weight and glory. The weight is the responsibility you feel pressing on your spirit, but the glory is the reward that outshines the burden. Heaven never gives an assignment without also preparing a crown. Consider Joseph again. His life was not only about surviving betrayal or ruling Egypt. His true assignment was ancient, spoken generations before, when God promised Abraham that his descendants would be preserved. Joseph carried that promise into famine, turning pain into preservation. What looked like a personal trial was, in truth, a generational assignment unfolding through him. This is why your life cannot be explained by coincidence. Too many alignments, too many narrow escapes, too many signs have surrounded you. They are proof that the thread of destiny running through your bloodline has landed in your hands. You are not only chosen, you are entrusted. Assignments from the past often resurface as burdens in the present. You may feel drawn to causes, people, or missions that do not make sense logically, but stir your soul deeply. That stirring is your inheritance speaking. It is the echo of prayers not yet answered, calling you to step into their fulfillment. Imagine an unfinished symphony. The first movements are written and played, but the final part is left blank. Génération passe. And then the sheet is placed before you. The music waits. Heaven hands you the pen and says, "Complete the song. That is your task now. Do not despise it. Do not fear it. Carry it with reverence. Because what you complete will echo beyond your lifetime. The victory you secure will not only belong to you, but to those who ran before and those who will run after. So, walk forward with courage. The assignment may be ancient, but the strength is fresh. And the same God who started the story long ago will finish it through you. Chosen one. The sign you saw was not meant to decorate your path. It was meant to awaken you. To ignore it would be to walk past a burning bush, to cover your ears to a trumpet, to close your eyes to a flashing light in the night. The danger of ignoring signs is real, because signs are heaven's language of mercy. When God gives a sign, He is not entertaining you. He is protecting you. The warning arrives before the wound, the message before the mistake, the nudge before the fall. To ignore a sign is to choose blindness while holding a lantern. The prophet Ezekiel was called a watchman over Israel. God told him, "When you hear a word from my mouth, warn them for me. If they heed the warning, they will live. If they ignore, their blood is on their own heads." This same principle applies to the signs you've received. God has sent watchmen into your dreams, your days, even into the small coincidences that felt too sharp to be random. To ignore them would not stop God from being faithful, but it would block you from walking in safety. There is a story of a young woman named Selah. For weeks, she kept dreaming of a bridge, collapsing. Each time she woke, she dismissed it. Days later, she prepared to sign a contract with a business partner she did not trust, but felt pressured to accept. As she reached for the pen, she remembered the dream. In a trembling decision, she stepped back. Months later, the company collapsed in scandal. She wept in gratitude, realizing the dream had been a sign, and ignoring it would have dragged her down with it. Chosen one. How many times have you felt that hesitation in your heart, something saying, "Don't go, don't sign, don't step"? That was a sign. It may not have looked supernatural, but it was heaven tugging you back from a cliff you couldn't see. Ignoring signs is dangerous because it desensitizes the spirit. The first time, the warning is loud. The second time, it is softer. If you repeatedly dismiss the signs, your ears grow dull, and you risk walking past mercy's final knock. This is why Scripture urges, today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts. The danger is not that God stops speaking. The danger is that you stop hearing. Think of a sailor at sea. If he ignores the lighthouse beam, he cannot blame the sea for swallowing his ship. The light did its job. His choice to dismiss it sealed his fate. The same is true for you. The sign has been given. The warning has been clear. To ignore it would be to drift willingly into storms meant to be avoided. But here is the hope. You have not ignored it. You noticed. You turned your head. You asked what it meant. That is proof. Your heart is still tender, still responsive, still alive to the Spirit. The danger of ignoring the sign is real, but the gift of responding is greater still. Chosen one. Pause for a prophetic act right now. Comment the number 222. Why this number? Because it represents confirmation and establishment. When God says a thing twice, it means it is fixed. It will happen. By writing 222, you are declaring, I will not ignore the sign. I choose to confirm my obedience. I choose to establish my steps in God's will. 1. Do not underestimate this. Numbers in themselves are simple, but faith turns them into memorial stones. Just as Israel stacked stones after crossing the Jordan to remind future generations, your comment is a stone of remembrance. I did not ignore the sign. I answered. Consider Jonah, who ignored God's first sign to go to Nineveh. His rebellion led to a storm, a shipwreck, and a 3-day prison in the belly of a fish. Ignoring the sign did not erase his calling, but it multiplied his pain. Yet even there, mercy reached him. The story is a reminder. Ignoring signs delays destiny, but it cannot erase God's purpose. Your life is too valuable to delay. Your calling is too important to ignore. The sign you saw was heaven saying, do not waste time. Do not wander further. Do not gamble with grace. Ignoring signs often leads to regret, but heeding them leads to reward. Noah heeded the sign and built an ark. Abraham heeded the sign and left Ur. Mary heeded the sign and received the Savior. Each one risked looking foolish, but their obedience became history. So what about you? What if your decision today becomes the turning point not just for you, but for generations? What if the sign you heed now becomes the story your children one day tell about how God preserved them through your obedience? Chosen one. Take this seriously. Signs are holy interruptions. To treat them casually is to trample on sacred ground, but to treat them with reverence is to step into destiny. Remember this truth. The enemy wants you distracted, dismissive, careless, but heaven wants you attentive, awake, responsive. The danger of ignoring signs is that you miss your moment. The glory of heeding them is that you step fully into your calling. Do not walk past your burning bush. Do not silence the trumpet blast. Do not cover the light of the lighthouse. The sign you saw is mercy. Answer it. Embrace it. Let it guide you into the path prepared for your feet. For when you honor the sign, you honor the one who sent it. And when you heed his voice, you cannot be lost. Chosen one. Think of signs as anchors in a storm. A ship without anchors drifts until it crashes. But one that heeds its anchor remains steady. The sign you saw was an anchor thrown into your path, holding you firm against unseen currents. Ignoring it would have been drifting, but responding secures your ground. Another picture. Signs are like road markers on a mountain path. They may seem small, even ordinary, but they prevent you from wandering into cliffs. To dismiss them is to gamble with gravity. To heed them is to reach the summit safely. So guard this moment, treasure it, and let the memory of this sign remind you always. Heaven cared enough to interrupt your journey. That interruption was not inconvenience, it was salvation. Chosen one. You have walked through fires you never asked for. Flames of trial, heat of testing, seasons that seemed too heavy to survive. And yet, here you are. The refining fire has not destroyed you, it has purified you. Fire in the natural world consumes, but fire in the spiritual realm transforms. The trials you faced were not meant to end you. They were meant to burn away what could not remain, leaving only what is unshakable. The pain you endured has been the fire shaping the vessel of your soul. The prophet Zechariah wrote in chapter 13, verse 9, "This third I will put into the fire. I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, 'They are my people.' And they will say, 'The Lord is our God.'" Refinement is always costly, but it is always purposeful. Think of silver hidden in stone. On the surface, it looks ordinary, mixed with dirt and rock. Only when fire heats, it does the pure silver separate from the waste. Your trials have been that furnace. They separated false identities, shallow attachments, and broken illusions from the essence of who you truly are. The sign you saw was not only mercy, it was affirmation. It was heaven saying, "The fire did its work." The flame did not destroy you, it revealed you. And there is a story of a woman named Leah. She endured betrayal in her marriage, loss of friendships, and years of financial struggle. She often wondered if God had abandoned her, but slowly, through prayer and perseverance, she realized something had shifted. She was no longer shaken by small offenses. She carried peace in storms. She became a source of strength for others. She often said later, "The fire broke what needed breaking and built what I never knew I had." And this is the mystery of trials. They strip you down so that what remains cannot be shaken. Chosen one. Your fire has given you authority. You may not realize it, but people already sense it. They are drawn to your words because your scars carry weight. They feel your peace because it was forged in flames. They respect your endurance because you endured what they could not imagine. Think of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in Babylon. They were thrown into fire, meant to kill them, yet they walked unharmed. And when they came out, the smell of smoke was not even on their clothes. The fire did not mark them with death, it marked them with testimony. The same is true for you. You carry no smell of the smoke that tried to consume you. You may still remember the flames, but you walk in freedom, not ashes. That is why your story is powerful. It is not just about survival, it is about transformation. Trials also reveal what truly matters. In the fire, superficial things cannot last. Pride burns, ego melts, idols crumble. Only love, faith, and obedience remain. That is why chosen ones who endure trials often walk with simplicity. They no longer cling to what fades. Their treasure is eternal. Imagine a potter firing clay in a kiln. Before the fire, the clay is fragile, easily broken. After the fire, it becomes durable, strong enough to hold weight. Without fire, it cannot fulfill its purpose. Your trials were that kiln. You emerged strong, capable of carrying assignments too heavy for your old self. The fire also deepened your compassion. Having walked through pain, you can now recognize it in others. Having been refined, you now carry wisdom for those still burning. This is why your words pierce hearts, not because of eloquence, but because of authenticity. You do not speak theory, you speak testimony. Chosen one. Never forget, the fire was not punishment. It was promotion in disguise. It was God saying, I trust you enough to refine you. I believe in your future enough to burn away what cannot stay. Think of gold, refined 7 times. Each pass through the furnace removes impurities. Each time, the gold becomes clearer, more radiant, more valuable. That is you. Each trial stripped away what dimmed your shine until heaven could see his reflection in you. Do not despise the fire. Do not curse the flames. They were the very tools heaven used to prepare you for what is ahead. Without them, you would not be ready. With them, you are unstoppable. The refining fire explains why you could not live casually like others. While some drifted through ease, you walked through storms. While others enjoyed shortcuts, you endured the long road. It was not unfair, it was refining. Heaven was crafting a vessel rare and precious. And now, chosen one, you are not who you once were. The fire changed your walk, your voice, your heart. The sign you saw was heaven's reminder. The fire was not in vain. The trial was not wasted. The flame prepared you for glory. End of. So stand tall. Refined one. Do not fear new fires. For if God brought you through before, he will bring you through again. And each flame only proves the truth already burning in your soul. You are chosen. You are refined. And you are ready. Chosen one. Pause and see yourself clearly. The reflection staring back at you is no longer fragile clay, but a vessel that has endured the furnace and now glows with resilience. Every scar has become a signature of God's craftsmanship. Fire did not shrink you, it expanded you. It widened your heart, deepened your roots, sharpened your spirit. The very trials you thought would consume you have become your credentials in heaven. So, walk forward without shame. When new flames rise, remember, They cannot destroy what has already been refined. You are fire-tested, fire-forged, and fire-proven. And because of this, your light will burn steady in a world still learning to survive its own storms. Chosen one. Delay has been your shadow for far too long. You have waited in lines that seemed never-ending, stood at doors that refused to open, and carried promises that felt frozen in time. But hear me clearly, the sign you saw was heaven declaring that delay is breaking. Delay is not denial, but it can feel like it. It stretches your patience, tests your faith, and tempts you to doubt whether the promise will ever arrive. Yet in the hidden chambers of God's timing, delay has been working for your good. It has been shaping you, preparing you, protecting you from stepping into blessings too soon. The book of Habakkuk speaks directly to this in chapter 2, verse 3. For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it lingers, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. Notice the paradox, though it lingers, it will not delay. This means that in the mystery of heaven, delay is not absence. It is alignment. Think of a seed in the soil. For months, nothing appears above ground. You water. You wait. You wonder if life exists beneath the surface. But in silence, roots are forming. When the sprout finally breaks the surface, it is stronger than if it had rushed. Your life has been that seed. The delay was never death. It was rooting. There is a story of a man named Samuel. He prayed for years for a child, yet silence was all he heard. Just when he thought his prayers were wasted, his wife conceived, and they named the child Hannah. Later, that child grew to become a prophet who shaped a nation. What felt like delay was in fact precision. God timed the answer so that the child would be born exactly when the nation needed him. Chosen one. The same is true for you. Delay has not been punishment. It has been orchestration. The sign you saw was heaven pulling back the curtain, whispering, "The wait is almost over. What I promised is near." But here is the key. Delay only breaks when you refuse to let despair define you. Many stop praying, stop believing, stop expecting. They let delay turn into defeat. Yet those who hold on see the fruit. You are one of those who has held on. That is why your season is shifting. Now pause with me for something important. Like, share, and subscribe so this message can reach others trapped in delay. Imagine yourself standing with a lantern at the edge of a cave. Others are still lost in the dark, thinking there is no exit. Your simple act of sharing is like placing more lanterns along the walls so they too can find their way out. And if your heart is stirred, let me extend a gentle invitation. Consider donating, not as a duty, never as a demand, but as an act of planting into the very soil that fed you. Picture this: when you drop a seed into the ground, it seems small and insignificant, but over time it grows into a tree that shades generations. Your gift is a seed in this soil. It will water the message, so it continues reaching others still waiting in their season of delay. Another image. Imagine a great clock tower in the center of a city. Its gears are massive, and for the bells to ring on time, every part must be maintained. Donations are like oil on those gears. Without them, the bells grow silent. With them, time is announced. and everyone hears the signal of their season shifting. By giving, you help keep the clock of this message ringing clearly for others. And if you still wonder whether giving makes a difference, imagine this: a single drop of dye falling into clear water. Alone, it seems small, almost invisible, but slowly, the color spreads until the whole vessel carries its shade. Your donation is that drop. What feels small in your hand has the power to spread influence far beyond your sight, coloring lives with hope and courage you may never personally meet. And hear this truth: donation is never a condition, it is an invitation. Whether or not you give, the fire will keep burning. But if you choose to give, you become part of the story. Your generosity becomes a testimony that you joined heaven in breaking delay, not only for yourself, but for countless others who will hear these words. Some give through prayer, others through sharing, and some through resources. Each part is vital. Each contribution is a piece of the whole. And if you feel led, your gift is not simply money, it is hope, translated into action. Now, return with me to your own story. Think of the times you almost gave up, when delay whispered, "It's never coming." Yet, here you are, still standing, still listening, still chosen. That is proof you have not been forgotten. The very fact you noticed the sign is evidence that your time is near. Delay has been a furnace, but it has not been your grave. It has purified your patience, carved out your character, and anchored your faith. And now, at the appointed time, the seal is breaking, the door is opening, the wait is ending. So, chosen one, lift your head. The delay is finished. The promise is alive. And the God who held you through the waiting is the same God who will walk you into fulfillment. And when you look back, you will not remember the waiting with bitterness. You will remember it as the womb of destiny, the soil of your growth, the season that made you unshakable. Chosen one. Storms have a language. They roar with winds. They shake with thunder. They rattle with rain. But behind every storm, there is a voice not of destruction, but of direction. The sign you saw was not chaos. It was the whisper of God behind the storm. His storms do not come to erase you. They come to strip away what is fragile, to test what is rooted, to reveal what is unshakable. When the winds howl and the clouds cover the sky, God is not absent. He is speaking through the very turbulence that frightens you. The book of Nahum reminds us in chapter 1, verse 3, "The Lord has his way in the whirlwind and in the storm, and the clouds are the dust of his feet." Imagine that. What looks like chaos to you is simply the dust stirred beneath his feet. The storm is not greater than him. It is proof that he is moving. There is a story of a fisherman named Caleb. He spent years on the sea and knew how storms could swallow boats in an instant. One night, as waves pounded his vessel, he prayed desperately. Suddenly, in the middle of thunder, he felt a deep peace and heard within his spirit, "Hold steady, land is near." Hours later, dawn broke, and he realized he had drifted close to shore. The storm had guided him where he needed to be. The storm was the voice. Chosen one. You too have heard whispers in the storm. It may have come as peace in the middle of panic, as clarity in the middle of confusion, as courage in the middle of fear. That was not coincidence. It was God speaking behind the storm. But storms carry danger, when you mistake the noise for the message. If you only hear the thunder, you may miss the whisper. If you only see the lightning, you may overlook the guiding light. The enemy wants you focused on fear, but God wants you tuned to his voice. Think of Elijah on the mountain. A mighty wind came, but the Lord was not in the wind. An earthquake shook the ground, but he was not in the earthquake. A fire blazed, but he was not in the fire. Then came a gentle whisper, and Elijah covered his face, knowing he was in the presence of God. Storms create space for whispers that only chosen ones can hear. Storms also prove what is anchored. A tree without roots falls quickly. A house without foundation crumbles. But what is built on rock cannot be shaken. Your life has endured storms because your roots have been growing deeper than you realized. Each storm was not just survival, it was proof of what was unshakable in you. Do not despise storms. Chosen one. They are classrooms. They teach patience when you want speed. They teach faith when you want sight. They teach surrender when you want control. And in the end, they leave you stronger, wiser, and more unmovable than before. Picture a ship's captain. He does not learn leadership on calm seas. He learns it in storms, reading the winds, holding the wheel steady, keeping the crew alive. In the same way, your storms have been leadership school. They were not random. They were preparing you to guide others through their own waves. The sign you saw was heaven saying, I have been in every storm with you. You did not drown because I was speaking behind the waves. You did not lose your way because my voice was guiding you. No. And now, I ask you to mark this moment. Comment the words, storm into strength, below. Just 3 words. But they carry power. By writing them, you declare, every storm that tried to break me has only made me stronger. I will not fear the winds. I will rise through them. This prophetic act matters. For too long, storms made you think you were abandoned. By writing storm into strength, you shift your perspective. You are saying, the storm is not my enemy, it is my teacher. It is shaping me into someone unshakable. Chosen one. Storms will come again, but they no longer have power to terrify you, because now you know the storm is not the enemy. The storm is the instrument. The storm is the stage where God speaks loudest to his chosen ones. So the next time winds rise and skies darken, do not panic. Stand still. Listen. Behind the noise, you will hear the steady voice saying, do not fear. I am here. This is the way. Walk in it. For the voice behind the storm is not destruction, it is destiny. And when you heed it, storms no longer sink you. They carry you closer to where you are meant to be. Chosen one. Storms are also mirrors. They reveal what was hidden within you all along. Calm days never test courage, but storms pull it to the surface. Calm waters never reveal depth, but storms prove the anchor's worth. Every storm you have faced has unveiled strength you didn't know you carried. Do not fear the next wave, for now you know what it means. When clouds gather, expect God's nearness. When thunder roars, listen for his whisper. When lightning flashes, watch for his direction. The storm is no longer a threat, it is a messenger. And here is the beauty. Storms pass, but the lessons remain. Winds calm, seas settle, skies clear. But what you learned in the storm cannot be taken from you. It becomes part of your soul, carved forever as wisdom, resilience, and faith. So, chosen one, walk into tomorrow with no dread of storms. You have discovered the secret. The storm was never against you. It was always for you, shaping you, strengthening you, and steering you toward your destiny. Chosen one. Rejection has pierced your life like thorns. Friends who turned their backs. Doors that shut without explanation. Opportunities that slipped away just as you reached for them. Each rejection cut deep. Yet the sign you saw was heaven whispering. What you thought was rejection was actually protection. Rejection feels brutal in the moment. It shouts that you are not wanted, not enough, not worthy. But hidden beneath that sting is mercy. God has been shielding you from paths that would have harmed you, people who would have drained you, and places that could not sustain the weight of your calling. The book of Proverbs, chapter 19, verse 21, declares, "Many are the plans in a person's heart, but it is the Lord's purpose that prevails." Sometimes his prevailing purpose comes wrapped in closed doors. What you thought was loss was his redirection. There is a story of a young woman named Alina. She applied for her dream job, interviewed twice, and was certain it was hers. When the rejection email arrived, she broke down, convinced she had failed. Months later, the company collapsed, laying off hundreds of workers. Alina realized the rejection was her rescue. What felt like humiliation had saved her from devastation. Chosen one. Think back on the moments you were rejected. A relationship that fell apart. A community that misunderstood you. An opportunity denied, painful as they were. Do you see now how those paths might have bound you, distracted you, or broken you? Rejection was not cruelty. It was heaven steering you away from counterfeit blessings toward true ones. Consider David. When Samuel anointed him as king, his own family had not even invited him to the ceremony. Overlooked, rejected, unseen. Yet that very rejection positioned him to rise in humility, carrying a strength no one else in his family had. Rejection built resilience, and resilience carried him to the throne. Rejection also sharpens discernment. When people walk away, you learn to recognize who truly belongs in your journey. When doors close, you discover which ones are worth knocking on again. And when opportunities evaporate, you realize that destiny is not built on chance, but on God's hand, guiding your steps. The Apostle Paul experienced this often. In Acts, he attempted to go into certain regions, but Scripture says the Spirit of Jesus would not allow them to. At the time, it must have felt like rejection. But that no redirected him to Macedonia, where entire communities found salvation. Without the rejection, Paul would have missed the true assignment. Chosen one. Rejection has saved you more times than you realize. Saved you from friendships that looked supportive but were secretly envious. Saved you from platforms that would have celebrated your talent but crushed your soul. Saved you from decisions that looked wise but carried hidden traps. Think of rejection like a shepherd's staff. Sometimes the shepherd uses the staff to pull the sheep back, away from cliffs or predators, to the sheep. It may feel harsh, but to the shepherd, it is protection. You are that sheep. And rejection was the staff tugging you back to safety. Rejection also protects timing. Some opportunities were real, but not yet. To grant them too soon would have crushed you under weight you were not prepared to bear. God's love is not just in His yes, it is also in His not yet. There is a man named Ezra who once prayed for marriage to a woman he loved deeply. She rejected him, and he thought his heart would never heal. Years later, he learned that she had been battling addictions in secret, addictions that could have destroyed their home. The rejection that shattered him in the moment saved him from decades of pain. Chosen one, your story carries echoes of Ezra's, the closed doors, the painful endings, the misunderstood seasons. They were not random. They were shields. Every no was actually a better yes in disguise. Even Jesus himself was rejected by his hometown, by leaders, even by his closest friends. Yet Scripture says this rejection fulfilled prophecy. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. What others dismissed became the foundation of salvation. In the same way, what rejected you cannot erase your worth. It only proves you were set apart for something higher. So do not despise rejection anymore. See it for what it is: protection from what was not aligned, preservation from what could not hold you, preparation for what is truly yours. Rejection carved depth into your soul. It taught you to depend not on applause, but on God's voice. It freed you from clinging to shallow approval and anchored you in eternal affirmation. That is why you can walk forward now, not bitter, not broken, but wiser and stronger than before. The sign you saw was heaven reminding you of this truth. You were never rejected, you were redirected. When the next door closes, do not panic. Ask instead, what are you protecting me from? What are you guiding me toward? Because rejection is never the end of the story. It is the bridge to something greater. Chosen one. Lift your head. The rejection that once wounded you has become the very shield that preserved you. And the shield has done its job. You are still here, still chosen, still on the path meant for you. Chosen one. Rejection was not only protection, it was redirection into purpose. The closed paths funneled you into the exact road heaven had marked. Like a river redirected by unseen rocks, your life has been guided, sometimes painfully, into the channel where it will flow with greatest power. Look back closely. Can you see it? Every rejection shifted your steps. The friendship that ended pushed you into solitude, where your prayer life deepened. The community that misunderstood you drove you to discover your true identity in God. The opportunity denied left room for a better one, perfectly timed and prepared. It is as if heaven was editing your story, removing chapters that did not belong, so the plot of your destiny could be clear. The pen was never in the hands of those who rejected you. It remained in God's hand, writing redemption between every line. So, hold your head high. Rejection has not labeled you unwanted. It has stamped you protected. And soon, the very places that turned you away will witness the fruit of what God preserved in you. Chosen one. Your tears have not been forgotten. Each drop that slid down your face in silence, each sob muffled in the night, each moment when you thought no one could possibly understand, heaven recorded them all. The sign you saw was heaven reminding you, I remember your tears, and I will redeem them. Oh, the book of Psalms assures us in chapter 56, verse 8, you keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book. Can you imagine that? Every tear you thought was wasted was actually stored in the treasury of God's compassion. Tears are a language. They speak when words cannot. They carry prayers too heavy for the tongue, emotions too deep for vocabulary. Heaven understands their meaning, even when you cannot. That is why no tear has ever fallen unnoticed. Think of Hannah. She wept bitterly in the temple, so deeply that the priest mistook her grief for drunkenness. Yet her tears spoke prayers her lips could barely form, and God answered, giving her Samuel, a son who changed history. Her tears were not weakness, they were intercession. Chosen one, you have wept like Hannah, and like her. Your tears were not in vain. They were seeds, and seeds sown in tears will always reap joy. There is a story of a man named Elias. For years, he battled loneliness, pouring his heart out on his bedroom floor. He thought no one cared. No one listened. Yet years later, he met people who told him they felt carried during dark seasons without knowing why. He realized his tears had been prayers that heaven transformed into strength for others. Your tears have never been selfish. They have watered destinies beyond your own. The prophet Jeremiah is called the weeping prophet. His tears for Israel became part of his calling, part of the way God's heart was expressed through him. In the same way, your tears have been heaven's heart flowing through you. When you cried for your family, your city, your future, you were aligning with God's compassion. Tears are also cleansing. They wash away grief, pride, and bitterness, leaving the soul tender. They soften hardened places and make room for new growth. That is why, after crying, even without answers, you sometimes feel lighter. It is the soul's way of releasing weight it was never meant to carry alone. Chosen one, do not despise your tears. They are sacred ink with which heaven has been writing your story. Think of Jesus. When he stood at Lazarus's tomb, he wept, even knowing resurrection was moments away. He chose to honor the pain of the moment with tears. This shows us that tears are not a lack of faith, they are part of love. And because Jesus wept, your tears are sanctified. The sign you saw was a whisper. I saw your tears. I remember every one, and I will transform them into joy. End quote. Joy after tears is not shallow laughter. It is deep, enduring gladness that knows sorrow, but has overcome it. That is the kind of joy waiting for you. Chosen one. One day you will see how every tear was gathered. Every sob was heard. Every sorrow was accounted for. The tears you thought drowned, you were actually streams watering the fields of your future. Even now, angels move in response to your weeping. They are dispatched to bring comfort, to arrange breakthroughs, to prepare restoration. For the God who remembers your tears is also the God who answers them. So lift your face. Let hope rise. Tears may last for the night, but joy comes in the morning, and your morning is near. Chosen one, let me take you deeper. Tears are not only remembered, they are transformed. What once burned your cheeks with shame or sorrow will one day shine like diamonds in eternity. Scripture describes God wiping away every tear, not ignoring them, but gently touching each one as though they mattered enough to be personally removed by his hand. Imagine a jeweler collecting fragments of glass and transforming them into a stained glass window. From shards, he creates beauty. In the same way, God takes your tears and turns them into light, refracting His glory through what once caused your pain. Your tears have also been a training ground. Every time you cried and chose to still trust, faith was forged. Every time you wept and still whispered, "Amen," strength was built. Every tear carried weight that heaven used to construct endurance inside you. Think of a river. It is fed by countless drops of rain. Alone, a drop seems insignificant, but together they form a current powerful enough to shape valleys and nourish lands. So it is with your tears. Alone, one tear feels small, but collected over time, they have carved a river that will bring life to generations. Chosen one, you must believe this. None of your weeping has been wasted. It has been recorded, stored, sanctified, and redeemed. The day will come when you see every tear accounted for, not as pain, but as power. So, when your eyes sting again, do not despair. Know that even those fresh tears are being written into the eternal story. For you are not forgotten, you are remembered. Even in your weeping, chosen one. The sign you saw was not random, it was a summons. For too long, you have felt overlooked, hidden, delayed. But heaven has been watching every step, every tear, every prayer. The truth is this: the waiting season has been your preparation. And now the time of stepping forward has come. Waiting can feel like a prison, but in God's design, it is a classroom. Seeds do not sprout the day they are planted. They remain underground, silent, invisible, yet in the darkness. Roots are growing, strength is forming, foundations are being set. That has been your story. What others saw as silence, heaven saw as strengthening. Scripture affirms this in Isaiah, chapter 2, verse 31. But those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. Waiting in God is not weakness, it is the womb of strength. Chosen one. Think of Joseph. He was given dreams of greatness, but for years he endured pits, prisons, and betrayals. To human eyes, it seemed as though his destiny was denied. Yet, in truth, every season was preparing him for the palace. The delays, the injustices, the waiting, all of them were not punishment, but positioning. Your sign was a reminder of the same truth. The season of hiddenness was not a curse. It was God's shield until the appointed moment. But here lies the danger. Many chosen ones grow weary in waiting. They mistake silence for absence. They believe delay means denial. Some even abandon their calling out of frustration. Yet those who endure, who remain faithful through the waiting, always inherit the promise. Waiting also purifies motives. In the beginning, you may have wanted the blessing for your own glory, for recognition, for validation. But as the years pressed on, your heart shifted. Now, what you desire is not fame, but faithfulness. Not applause, but obedience. That is the fruit of waiting. It transforms desire until it aligns with God's heart. Think of Hannah, who wept year after year for a child. Her waiting was bitter. But when the promise came, she dedicated Samuel to God. Waiting purified her longing until it became worship. Chosen one. Your tears have been doing the same. They have been shaping your heart into one that carries blessing without being consumed by it. Your sign was a whisper. The wait is almost over. Do not give up now. End. And now, pause with me in this holy moment. Comment the number 555. Why this number? Because in the rhythm of heaven, it symbolizes gratia multiplied. Grace upon grace. Grace that carries you from waiting into fulfillment. By writing 555, you declare, I receive the grace to endure. I choose not to despise the waiting. I step into my appointed time. And this is not superstition, it is symbolism. Just as Israel built memorial stones after crossing the Jordan, your comment becomes a marker. Here I chose grace. Here I chose faith. Here I marked the end of delay. And chosen one. Let me tell you a story. There was a young man named Elias who dreamed of becoming a teacher. Doors closed. Applications rejected. Years of disappointment piled up. Yet in that hidden season, he volunteered in small groups, teaching children without recognition. Years later, when a new school opened, he was recommended not because of his resume, but because of his faithfulness in secret. His waiting was not wasted. It was training for his destiny. So it is with you. The unseen faithfulness of your waiting will be remembered. The prayers whispered in silence. The obedience practiced in secret. The tears shed where no one saw all of it is seed. And the harvest is near. Do not despise the process. Waiting seasons build roots deep enough to withstand storms. A tree planted too quickly topples in the first wind, but one rooted over years stands tall for centuries. You are that tree. Your sign is proof. The soil of waiting has done its work. Heaven is preparing to unveil what was planted long ago. So lift your eyes. Waiting is not wasted, it is worship. Waiting is not delay, it is design. Waiting is not rejection, it is redirection. Chosen one. Stand firm in this truth. What God has promised will not fail. The wait has been long, but the glory will be greater. And when you step into your season, you will see that every tear, every silence, every delay was part of a holy preparation. For the God who called you has not forgotten you. The sign you saw was his whisper. The time is near. The wait is ending. Step forward in faith. End of 4. Chosen one. Let me take you deeper into the mystery of waiting. When you sit in silence, it can feel like the heavens are closed. But silence is not the absence of God, it is the artistry of God. Just as a painter steps back from the canvas to see the bigger picture, heaven sometimes seems quiet because God is positioning every stroke of your destiny. Waiting is also a filter. It reveals who is truly committed and who is only curious. Many begin the journey with enthusiasm, but few endure. When nothing seems to change, those who remain are the ones God can entrust with greater things, because they have proven that their faith is not built on immediate reward, but on trust in his character. Think about a diamond. It is formed under immense pressure and takes years hidden in the dark earth before it ever shines in light. Your waiting has been the same. The pressure you've endured has not been crushing you, it has been shaping brilliance within you. When the time of unveiling comes, the shine will not be ordinary, because it has been forged in endurance. And here is the last truth. Waiting seasons create gratitude. If blessings came instantly, you would not treasure them. But when they arrive after tears, prayers, and years, you hold them differently. They become holy to you, not because of what they are, but because of what they cost. So, chosen one, let gratitude rise even now. Do not wait for the blessing to appear before you give thanks. Thank God in advance for what is coming, because the waiting has proven one thing above all: you were never forgotten. Chosen one, I know you have felt weary. The journey has stretched long, and there are days when even lifting your head feels heavy. You have poured out strength, sometimes with little to refill it. Yet the sign you saw was a reminder: you are not forgotten in your weakness. Heaven specializes in giving strength to the weary. The writings of the prophet Isaiah tell us in chapter 40, verse 29, He gives power to the faint, and to him who has no might He increases strength. Your weakness is not failure. It is the very place where God's strength enters. Imagine yourself as a runner on a marathon course. At mile after mile, your legs tremble, your breath grows shallow, and quitting feels inevitable. But then a crowd gathers at the roadside, offering water, encouragement, and hope. That is what God does in your weary moments. He sends signs, whispers, and people to remind you that you are not alone on the course. There is a story of a woman named Ruth. After the loss of her husband, she could have surrendered to despair, but instead, she chose faithfulness, walking with Naomi, gleaning in fields, enduring weariness with dignity. In her persistence, she found not only provision, but destiny, for she became part of the lineage of kings. Her story reminds us, the weary who endure will find their strength rewarded beyond imagination. Chosen one, your weariness has not gone unnoticed. Every sigh, every tear, every moment you whispered, "I can't anymore," has been recorded in heaven. And every one of those moments has been met with unseen strength, keeping you alive today. Now, let me pause to ask something simple yet powerful. Like, share, and subscribe so that this message of strength can reach others who are weary as you once were. Think of it like carrying a torch in the night when you pass it to another. They too can find light for their path. By sharing, you become part of the chain of hope that stretches far beyond your own reach. And if you feel stirred, I gently invite you to something even more tangible. Consider donating, not as a demand, never as an obligation, but as an opportunity to strengthen others just as you are being strengthened now. Picture a traveler walking a desert road. He is thirsty, weary, ready to collapse. Then another traveler offers a sip of water. It may seem small, but in that moment, it is life itself. Your donation is that sip of water. To someone weary, it can become the very breath that helps them rise again. Another picture, think of a grand orchestra. Each musician contributes a note, a harmony, a rhythm, alone. Their sound might feel incomplete, but together they create beauty that fills the hall. Your gift is one instrument added to the symphony. Without it, the song is missing something. With it, the melody of hope plays fuller, stronger, more powerful. And hear this clearly: donation is never a condition. It is an invitation. This message will continue to flow freely, but when you choose to give, you are not paying for words. You are planting into lives. Your gift becomes part of the story of someone else's strength. Some will give prayers, others encouragement, and some resources. All are vital. Each act is a thread in the tapestry of hope. By choosing to give, you stitch your thread into something far larger than yourself. Chosen one. You know weariness well, but you also know renewal. The very fact you are here, listening, breathing, still standing, is proof that you are not broken. You are weary, yes, but not crushed, bruised, but not abandoned, pressed down, but not destroyed. The sign you saw was heaven's way of whispering, "Do not give up now. Strength is coming. You will rise again." Like an eagle that spreads its wings and lets the wind lift it. You too will find yourself soaring on strength, not your own. The storm that once weighed you down will become the very wind that carries you higher. So, lift your head. Weary one, you are not at the end, you are at the turning point. And the same God who saw Ruth, who restored Joseph, who strengthened Elijah in the wilderness, will strengthen you. Your weariness is not shameful, it is sacred, because in your weakness, His strength is made perfect. And soon, you will look back and say, "I thought I was finished, but God renewed me. I thought I was forgotten, but He remembered me. I thought I was empty, but He filled me again." End one. Chosen one. Take this truth with you. The God who called you will also carry you. The strength you need is not distant. It is already on its way. Chosen one. Strength is not always loud. Sometimes it looks like simply rising from your bed when yesterday you thought you couldn't. Sometimes it looks like taking one small step when the road ahead feels endless. Heaven counts every step, no matter how small, as victory. Think of a candle in a dark room. Its flame may seem fragile, but it still breaks the night. That is you, even weary, even trembling. Your light has not gone out, and because it still burns, others can see, others can find their way. Do not despise your weary seasons. They have been the very places where endurance grew, where character deepened, where your spirit was trained to rely not on yourself, but on God. Your scars of weariness are not signs of defeat. They are proof that you kept moving when surrender would have been easier. Chosen one. Soon the world will see not your exhaustion, but your endurance crowned with glory. Chosen one. Look at your scars. For years you tried to hide them, to cover them with smiles, to pretend they never happened. Yet the sign you saw was a reminder. Your scars are not marks of shame. They are marks of survival. Proof that the battle did not destroy you. In the eyes of heaven, scars are crowns. Each wound healed is a testimony. Each pain endured is a jewel placed in your crown of victory. The very things you thought disqualified, you have become the evidence that you were chosen to endure and overcome. The book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17, declares, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." Your scars are not just memories, they are working for glory that far outweighs the pain. Think of a soldier returning from battle. His scars do not make him weak, they make him respected. They tell a story of resilience, of courage, of battles fought and survived. In the same way, your scars tell the world, this chosen one has endured. and this chosen one has triumphed. End. There is a story of a woman named Miriam. She bore deep scars, some on her skin, many more on her heart. She once believed they made her less, unworthy of love. But as she began to share her testimony, she discovered that others drew strength from her scars. What she thought made her disqualified actually made her powerful. Her scars became her ministry. Chosen one. Do you see it now? The scars you carry are not evidence of abandonment. They are evidence of preservation. If you had not been preserved, there would be no scars, only silence. Scars mean you lived. Scars mean you overcame. But the enemy loves to twist scars into shame. He whispers, hide them, forget them. They prove you are broken. Yet heaven speaks differently. Show them. Remember them. They prove you are chosen. Envin, even Jesus, after his resurrection, kept his scars. He could have risen with a flawless body, yet he chose to show Thomas the wounds in his hands. Why? Because the scars were not signs of defeat, they were signs of victory. Proof that death had been conquered. Your scars carry the same weight, not shame, but triumph. Scars also carry authority. When you speak about healing, people listen, not because of theory, but because of testimony. A scarred healer carries more weight than an untested one. That is why your words pierce hearts, because they come from scars, not from speculation. Think of a tree struck by lightning. Its bark may bear the scar forever, a blackened streak down its side, yet the tree still grows. Its roots deeper, its branches stronger. The scar becomes part of its beauty, part of its story. You are that tree. Lightning struck, storms came, yet you still stand. Now, pause with me. Mark this moment. Comment the words, scars to crowns, below. Just 3 words, but filled with power. By writing them, you declare, what once wounded me will now crown me. My scars are no longer my shame, they are my story of glory. Oh, this prophetic act matters. It transforms how you see yourself. For too long, you believed scars meant weakness. By writing scars to crowns, you shift your identity. You are saying, I am not broken, I am crowned. I am not less, I am more because I endured. Chosen one. Scars are also bridges. They connect you to others who are still bleeding. When they see your scars, they know healing is possible. Your survival becomes their hope. That is why God did not erase them. They are your testimony to a world still hurting. There is a man named Elias who once battled addiction. Years later, free and healed, he still bore scars in his body and mind. Instead of hiding them, he used them to reach those trapped in the same chains. His scars became a map, showing others the way out. So it is with you. Your scars are maps for those still wandering in pain. Do not fear them. Do not hide them. Wear them as crowns. Each one is proof of battles won, storms endured, nights survived. Each one is a jewel placed by heaven in the crown of the chosen. The sign you saw was heaven saying, you are not marked by defeat. You are marked by victory. Your scars are your crowns. So lift your head. Chosen one. Let the world see what God has done in you. For the glory revealed in your scars will shine brighter than the pain that made them. Chosen one. Scars are also memorials. They remind you where you once were and how far you have come. Without scars, you might forget the battles already won, but with them, you carry visible proof of invisible victories. Think of Israel crossing the Jordan. They placed 12 stones as a reminder of God's faithfulness. In the same way, your scars are stones of remembrance. When you touch them, you recall not the pain, but the God who brought you through. Scars are also language. They speak when words fail. Someone may never read a Bible verse or hear a sermon, but when they see your resilience, your scars preach louder than any voice. They declare, "This one should have fallen, yet still stands. This one was broken, yet now is whole." Len, do not see scars as flaws. See them as signatures. They are the handwriting of heaven on your body and soul, declaring ownership. This one belongs to me. Chosen one. The day will come when every scar will shine like jewels, refracting light in ways no untested surface could. And in that day, you will realize every wound carried weight, every pain carried purpose, and every scar was truly a crown in disguise. Chosen one. Do not underestimate the weight of your prayers. They have not been whispers lost in the night or words bouncing off the ceiling. The sign you saw was heaven reminding you. Your prayers have shaken the throne room of eternity. Prayer often feels invisible. You speak, but there is no echo. You cry, but silence seems to answer. Yet Scripture reveals a deeper reality. The book of Revelation, chapter 8, verses 3 and 4, says, "Another angel, who had a golden censer, came and stood at the altar. He was given much incense to offer, with the prayers of all God's people, on the golden altar in front of the throne. The smoke of the incense, together with the prayers of God's people, went up before God from the angel's hand. Your prayers are incense. They rise. They linger. They move heaven itself. Think of Hannah, who wept so bitterly in the temple that the priest thought she was drunk. Yet her prayer birthed a prophet. Samuel, who would anoint kings. Her prayer was not forgotten. It was recorded, remembered, answered. Your prayers, too, are seeds planted in eternal soil. Some of your prayers have been answered already, though you may not see it. Others are waiting in the storehouses of heaven, timed for moments you do not yet know you will need. But none of them are wasted. Every tear, every groan, every whispered plea is preserved. There is a story of a father named Jonah. Every night, he prayed for his son who had wandered into addiction. For years, nothing changed. But one day, unexpectedly, his son called, saying he was ready for help. Later, the son confessed that during his darkest night, he had felt an invisible pull, like chains breaking. Jonah realized those were the prayers that had shaken heaven until chains snapped on earth. Chosen one. The reason the battle against your prayer life has been so fierce is because your prayers matter. The enemy knows that if you stop praying, doors remain closed. But if you keep praying, doors burst open. That is why distraction, discouragement, and delay have tried to silence you. Yet you prayed anyway, and heaven shook. Prayers also shift atmospheres. When you walk into a room prayed over, it feels different. Peace rests there, though no one can explain why. That is the unseen fruit of your prayers. They are not only for your life, they ripple outward, altering environments, protecting loved ones, changing outcomes. Think of Daniel. He prayed 3 times a day, even under threat of death. His prayers reached heaven, and angels were dispatched to fight on his behalf. Scripture even records the angel saying, "From the first day you set your heart to understand, your words were heard, and I have come because of your words." Prayer is not passive. It summons heaven's armies. Your sign was a reminder that you are not powerless. You may feel small in this world, but your prayers echo in eternity. They are weapons. They are bridges. They are fire released into the unseen realm. Sometimes, the greatest miracle of prayer is not what changes around you, but what changes within you. In praying, your heart softens, your vision clears, your faith strengthens. The waiting room of prayer is where heaven molds warriors. You have been forged there, chosen one. Never despise the prayers that felt unanswered. Some were answered with, "Not yet," others with, "In a different way," and some with answers you may only see in eternity. But all were heard. None were lost. The book of Psalms reminds us in chapter 56, verse 8, "You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book." Can you imagine? Every tear you thought was forgotten is stored in heaven's archives. Every sob in the night has been documented. That is the value of your prayers. There is power in persistence. Jesus told the parable of the persistent widow, who refused to stop knocking until the judge acted. He used that story to remind us, will not God bring about justice for his chosen ones, who cry out to him day and night? Your persistence has not been in vain. The shaking you feel around your life is not always resistance. It is sometimes the rumble of heaven moving in response to your prayers. Earthquakes happen when tectonic plates shift deep below the surface. Likewise, answers manifest when prayers shift foundations in the spiritual. So lift your head, chosen one. You are not forgotten. Your voice matters. Your prayers are not background noise. They are the soundtrack of heaven's movement in your life. One day, you will look back and realize that the moments you felt most unheard were the very moments heaven was rearranging things on your behalf. You will see the tapestry woven, and every prayer thread will be visible, shining with glory. Do not stop praying. Do not let weariness silence your voice. For even now, your prayers are rising, and heaven is listening. The sign you saw was not just encouragement, it was confirmation. You shook heaven, and heaven is answering. Chosen one. Prayer is also inheritance. Long before you were born, others prayed for you, your grandparents, your ancestors, even strangers who never knew your name but lifted up a generation they would never meet. You are walking in answers to prayers you did not pray. And in the same way, your prayers are paving roads for those who will come after you. Think of it as planting trees. You may never sit under all their shade, but your children, or the ones you influence, will. Prayer is generational legacy. It ensures that the work of your hands and the cries of your heart echo far beyond your lifetime. So never measure prayer only by what you see today. Some answers ripen over years. Even decades. Trust that every word has weight, every cry has reach, and every prayer shakes heaven in ways that eternity alone will fully reveal. Chosen one, morning has followed you like a shadow. You have buried dreams, relationships, seasons, and even versions of yourself. Grief is not always about death, it is about loss of any kind. And yet, the sign you saw was heaven's reminder. Mourning is not your permanent garment. There is oil of gladness prepared for you. The prophet Isaiah once declared in chapter 61, verse 3, to bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. This is the divine exchange. What you lost will not be returned in the same form, but it will be redeemed with something better. Mourning is heavy. It presses on your chest, making every breath feel laborious. It clouds your vision, painting the future in shades of grey. But mourning, as painful as it is, has a purpose. It cleanses, it releases, it carves out space for joy that is deeper than fleeting happiness. Think of David, who wept bitterly after losing his child. Yet even in grief, he rose, washed, worshipped, and eventually saw God's promise continue through Solomon. His mourning did not erase his destiny, it deepened his understanding of God's mercy. Chosen one, you have mourned, perhaps silently, when no one else noticed, perhaps publicly, when life forced you to bow under sorrow. But your mourning was not wasted. Every tear watered the soil where joy will soon sprout. The sign you saw was heaven's whisper, your season of ashes is giving way to beauty. Your tears are about to be exchanged for oil of gladness. And there is a story of a man named Elias who lost everything in a fire, his home, his work, his sense of security. For months, he carried ashes in his soul. Yet in that season, strangers rallied, doors opened, and he found himself leading others who had lost as well. Out of his mourning, a new mission was born. His tears became oil that anointed others with hope. Mourning often feels like the end, but it is the soil of beginnings. Without mourning, there can be no true joy. For joy is not shallow laughter. It is the deep awareness that sorrow did not have the final word. Your scars of mourning are not signs of weakness. They are proof of your humanity. And even more, proof of God's faithfulness. For if mourning had been final, you would not be here. The fact that you are listening now is testimony that mourning did not bury you. It prepared you. Chosen one, allow the oil of gladness to be poured. Oil in Scripture always symbolizes healing, consecration, and strength. When poured, it softens what was hardened, heals what was cracked, and marks what is chosen. Your season of mourning has left cracks, but oil is coming to heal them. Consider Job. He lost children, wealth, health, everything that could be lost. His mourning was beyond words. Yet the end of his story was restoration, double what he had before. The oil of gladness flowed not because his past was erased, but because God redeemed his mourning with greater glory. Your mourning will not define you. It will refine you. Think of an olive pressed and crushed. Only through crushing does the oil flow. Your mourning has crushed you. Yes, but the oil that flows from your life will anoint many. Chosen one, take courage. The sign you saw was not random. It was heaven's assurance that your time of mourning is shifting. The oil of gladness will not erase your memories, but it will transform them. Where there was pain, There will be perspective. Where there was loss, there will be legacy. Where there were ashes, there will be beauty. So, lift your face. The season of wearing black garments in your soul is ending. A garment of praise is being laid on your shoulders, not forced praise, not shallow joy. Butadip, abiding gladness born from knowing you survived what should have destroyed you. Your mourning was real. Your tears were countless. But your story does not end there. Oil flows after the crushing. Gladness comes after the grief. And joy is rising after the night of sorrow. Chosen one. Mourning may have written chapters of your life, but it will not write the ending. The pen is still in God's hand, and He is scripting a conclusion filled with restoration. Grief taught you how fragile life can be, but it also taught you how precious joy truly is. That is why the oil of gladness will feel different from anything you have known before. It will not be shallow laughter that fades with circumstance. It will be joy that endures storms. Joy that sings even when rain falls. Think of Sarah, who laughed after years of tears when Isaac was born. Her laughter was not mere amusement, it was relief, redemption, and gratitude wrapped in one. That is the laughter waiting for you. The ashes you carried have prepared the ground for beauty. The garment of despair you wore has stretched your shoulders to now carry a garment of praise. Every tear has softened the soil of your soul so that joy can take root deeply. So receive this truth. The season of mourning is closing. Oil is flowing. Gladness is rising. And your life is about to shine with a beauty that mourning prepared but could never take away. Chosen one. The sign you saw was not just comfort for your past or strength for your present. It was a glimpse into your future. Heaven was giving you a vision of your promised land, the place where long-prayed promises finally bloom. The promised land is more than a physical destination. It is a state of fulfillment where seeds long buried break through the soil. It is the season where wandering ends. Manna theasis. And you finally eat the fruit of the land. For Israel, the promised land meant Canaan. For you, it means the place God has been shaping you for, even when you could not see it. The book of Joshua, chapter 21, verse 45, declares, "Not one of all the Lord's good promises to Israel failed. Every one was fulfilled." That is the nature of your promised land. Not one word spoken over you will fail. Visions of the promised land often come in glimpses. Joseph dreamed of leadership while still a teenager. Abraham saw stars in the sky and sand on the shore as symbols of descendants he did not yet have. These glimpses sustain faith when the wilderness stretches long. Chosen one, your sign was such a glimpse. It was heaven pulling back the curtain to remind you that the wilderness is not endless. There is a land ahead where milk and honey flow, where battles give way to inheritance, where tears give way to testimony. But reaching the promised land always requires trust. Israel had to step into the Jordan before it parted. Joshua had to march around Jericho before the walls fell. Promises are fulfilled not only by God's power, but also by your obedience. There is a story of a woman named Clara. For years, she carried visions of writing a book. Every attempt seemed to collapse. Rejections, delays, discouragement. Yet she held on, nurturing the vision in prayer. One day, unexpectedly, doors opened, and her story was published. More than success, it became a tool of healing for others. Clara's promised land was not about a book, it was about a legacy. So it will be with you. Your vision might seem delayed, but it is alive. What God planted will not die in the wilderness, it will mature in the promised land. Visions are not fantasies, they are previews. When heaven shows you flashes of what is coming, it is not to tease you, but to anchor you. Every glimpse is an anchor in the storm, reminding you that there is a destination beyond the desert. Chosen one. Do not be surprised if your promised land looks different than what you expected. Israel imagined ease, but they still had to fight giants. Abraham longed for a son, and God gave him nations. God always fulfills, but often in ways beyond imagination. The sign you saw was proof that your vision is not delusion, it is destiny. Others may doubt. Circumstances may resist. But what heaven has spoken will stand. The wilderness has trained you for the land. Without the desert, you would not appreciate the river. Without hunger, you would not treasure the harvest. Without battles, you would not value peace. The wilderness was not wasted. It prepared you for what is coming. Think of Caleb and Joshua. When others saw giants, they saw opportunity. Their faith was not naive. It was sharpened by years of wilderness survival. That is you. The years behind you have given you eyes to see differently. While others see impossibility, you say promise. The vision of your promised land is not only for you, it is for those connected to you. Your breakthrough will feed others. Your land will shelter others. Your testimony will inspire others. That is why the battle has been so fierce, because your promised land is bigger than your own life. Chosen one. Lift your eyes. Do not let the dust of the wilderness blind you to the rivers ahead. The promised land is not a dream, it is a destination. The sign you saw was a reminder that you are closer than you think. And when you arrive, you will look back on the wilderness differently. What once felt like punishment will reveal itself as preparation. What once felt like loss will reveal itself as pruning. And what once felt like endless waiting will reveal itself as perfect timing. Hold the vision tightly. Do not let go. For the same God who led Israel across the Jordan is leading you, and just as not one word of his promise failed them, not one word will fail you. Chosen one. Let me show you one more layer of the promised land. It is not only a place you enter, it is a person you become. The land flows with milk and honey because you are finally aligned with who God made you to be. Your promised land is not only about inheritance, it is about identity. When Israel entered Canaan, they were no longer slaves wandering in circles. They became a nation, rooted and established. That transformation was just as important as the territory itself. The same is true for you. The promised land you step into will be marked by a deeper you, steadfast, mature, radiant with glory. Think of Moses standing on Mount Nebo, gazing at the land he had longed for. Though he did not enter, his vision was fulfilled in the people he led. That teaches us this: the promised land is never selfish. It always overflows to bless those around you. Your land is not just for you to enjoy, it is for you to share. And perhaps the greatest beauty of the promised land is this: it will make sense of the wilderness. Suddenly, the tears, the delays, the scars, they will all line up as stepping stones. You will realize that without them, you would not be ready for this place. Chosen one. Believe this truth: you are closer than you think. The ground beneath your feet is already shifting. The horizon ahead is brighter than the shadows behind. The promised land is not far, it is near, and heaven is leading you straight into it. Chosen one, you stand now at the threshold of destiny. Every section of this journey has carried you from brokenness to healing, from hiddenness to unveiling, from ashes to crowns. The sign you saw was not just a comfort for yesterday or courage for today. It was confirmation that you are crowned for such a time as this. Crowning is not only about recognition, it is about responsibility. When a king or queen receives a crown, they are not given freedom to do as they please. They are entrusted with the weight of leading, protecting, and serving. Your crown is not merely honor, it is assignment. The book of Esther gives us the clearest picture. Esther was crowned not because of her beauty alone, but because God positioned her to save her people. When Mordecai told her, "Who knows if you were brought to the kingdom for such a time as this?" he was declaring the truth. We now declare over you, you were chosen for this exact moment. Your scars, your tears, your waiting, all of it has prepared you to carry the crown without dropping it, without the crushing. You might have worn it as decoration, but because of the crushing, you now wear it as calling, chosen one. This crown means that your life is no longer ordinary. You will walk into rooms where your very presence disrupts darkness. You will speak words that carry unusual authority because they are forged in fire. You will carry peace that confuses chaos because it is born of storms survived. But with the crown also comes weight. Do not be surprised if battles intensify. Crowns attract conflict because darkness recognizes authority, yet you are not left defenseless. Your crown is not fragile gold, it is forged of eternal glory. No enemy can steal what heaven has placed on your head. There is a story of a man named David, not the shepherd boy who became king, but a modern David who overcame years of obscurity. He once felt invisible, carrying burdens no one saw. But in hidden seasons, God trained him. When his time came, he carried influence that surprised even himself. His crown was not given in comfort, it was shaped in hiddenness. Your crown is the same. Chosen one. Your crown also means you cannot live as others live. While some drift in comfort, you must stay alert. While others indulge in distraction, you must guard your assignment. A crown does not allow casualness, it requires consecration. The crown is also generational. It is not only for you, but for those who come after. Every prayer you prayed, every trial you endured, every tear you shed has paved roads for others. Your crown testifies that your suffering was never wasted. The book of James reminds us in chapter 1, verse 12, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." Your perseverance has not gone unnoticed. The crown of life is your inheritance. Chosen one. Wear your crown humbly. Do not boast in yourself, but in the God who sustained you. Your crown is not proof of your perfection, but of his faithfulness. It shines not because of your strength, but because of his grace. Think of the crown as a torch. It is placed on your head, but its light is meant to guide others. You are not crowned to shine for yourself. You are crowned to become a beacon. Others will look to your life and find direction, courage, and hope. And remember, crowns are not earned, they are received. You did not climb high enough to grab this crown. Heaven placed it on you. That is why you cannot lose it by accident, and no hand of man can remove it. Chosen one, the sign you saw was the crowning moment of your journey, not a literal crown of jewels, but a spiritual crown of authority, identity, and destiny. This crown declares you are chosen, you are marked, you are appointed. Now, walk in the confidence of the crown. Let your voice carry. Let your steps be steady. Let your heart be bold, for you have been prepared for such a time as this. Chosen one. Crowns are not only for victory, they are for endurance. Think of a runner who finishes the race. Sweat pouring, lungs burning, but still crossing the line. The medal placed around their neck is not for style, it is for perseverance. Your crown is the same. It tells the world, this one did not quit. Now, your journey has been filled with valleys, storms, and delays. Yet through all of it, you stayed. Even when you stumbled, you rose. Even when you doubted, you prayed. Even when you cried, you still moved forward. That is why the crown rests upon you now. It is reward for resilience. And this crown is not temporary. Earthly crowns rust, tarnish, or are taken away. But your crown is eternal, untouched by decay. It will shine even when earthly thrones crumble, even when time itself folds. That is the assurance heaven gives. Your endurance has birthed eternal glory. Think of Paul near the end of his life, declaring, I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness. That is the same declaration awaiting you. Chosen one. Let this crown remind you of your identity. You are not defined by wounds, by failures, or by rejection. You are defined by survival, by perseverance, by calling. The crown is not denial of your past, it is redemption of it. Carry it with humility, but carry it with confidence, for when others see it, they will be inspired to keep walking. Your crown is not only your testimony, it is an invitation for others to rise, endure, and believe. So, and stand tall, walk forward, shine boldly, for the season has come where your scars are no longer hidden, your tears no longer wasted, your trials no longer meaningless. The crown proves it all, had purpose. Chosen one, you are crowned for such a time as this. Chosen one, you have walked through every section of this journey. From the first whisper of the sign you saw to the final crown resting upon your head, you have heard heaven's heartbeat over your life. This was never accident. You were meant to hear these words, meant to feel them, meant to rise in this very season. Now pause, breathe, look back over the valleys you've crossed, the storms you've endured, the nights you thought would never end. You are still here. That is victory in itself. And now, a new chapter opens before you, not one of survival, but of flourishing. This is the moment I ask you to respond, not with obligation, but with overflow. Like this message, if it has touched you, because each simple click is more than a gesture, it is a spark of light that tells the unseen world, I receive this truth. I share it forward so that someone else standing on the edge of despair can see the lantern of hope and step back from the cliff. Picture yourself carrying a torch in the night. When you pass it, the flame does not diminish, it multiplies. That is the power of sharing. And yes, Subscribe if you haven't already. Not as a routine, but as an act of alignment. It's like planting your tent near the fire. You remain close to the warmth, close to the voice, close to the reminders that keep you steady when winds rise again. Finally, with all gentleness and no demand, I invite you to consider this. Donate, not because you must, but because you may. Think of it like pouring a few drops of oil into a lamp. The lamp is already lit, but your oil keeps it burning brighter, longer, reaching farther into the darkness where others still wander. Another picture. Imagine a well in a village. You drink from it freely, but sometimes those who have been refreshed choose to add water back to it, ensuring the next traveler finds it full. Your donation is water poured back into the well, small or great. It flows into the stream that sustains weary souls. Now picture a mighty river. It is not formed by one massive stream, but by countless tiny raindrops joining together. Your donation is one of those raindrops. On its own, it may seem small, but joined with others, it becomes a river that nourishes fields and lives far beyond your sight. And think of a lighthouse on a dark coastline. Its beam saves ships from wreckage, but it cannot shine unless oil is supplied. Your donation is oil for the lighthouse. With it, the light keeps burning, guiding those still lost in storms towards safety. But hear me clearly, whether you give or not, the message will still shine. Donation is never a condition. It is an invitation to participate in something greater than yourself. It transforms what you have received into something that can keep flowing outward. And as we close, I ask for one last prophetic act. Leave a comment. Write not a long sentence, but even a single word or phrase of what resonated most deeply with you. When you write, you are not just typing, you are carving testimony into stone. Someone else will read it and realize they are not alone. Chosen one. This is the end of the script, but not the end of your story. You walk away, not empty, but filled. You walk away, not uncertain, but crowned. You walk away, carrying scars turned into crowns, prayers turned into power, mourning turned into gladness, and visions turned into promises. Lift your head high. Step into tomorrow with fire in your eyes, for you were chosen, refined, and crowned for such a time as this. Like, share, subscribe, comment, donate if you feel led. Do it not out of duty, but as overflow. Do it not for me, but for the countless others who need the reminder you just received that they too are God's chosen ones. And with that, the message is complete. The words may end, but the call on your life does not. Carry it boldly. Live it daily. Shine it freely, for the world waits for the light you now carry.